morning, afternoon, or potentially evening. That's right, I'm bringing that back for episode 158 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that goes by the identity of Look Out, Sir. It is an absolute delight to join you here today on the eve of, or basically time where 10th edition is now a thing. It's a delightful, exciting time in the hobby, only amplified and or improved by the addition of none other than Phil. How you doing, Phil?
Oh, I'm not your good buddy today. That brings a tear to my eye. But despite that, I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
You're always my good buddy, Phil, but at the same time, you know, it feels like...
We're colleagues and workmates.
That's true, that's true. I feel like our relationship has been getting ever so slightly too intimate, that, you know, ultimately, that for the sake of our professional relationship, that it's important that we rein it in a bit, sort of, you know, pull back from all of the kissing. You know, I just can't... my lips are so chapped from all that smooching we do.
I know, it's the beard hair that gets in the way.
It's true. It's true. I feel for your poor wife, how she suffers.
No, she likes beard, so it's okay.
That's true. That's where me and her are different, you see.
Exactly. Yeah.
But what else is different today, Phil? Or what are we talking about?
Well, we're a smorgasbord of delights. We talk about the Warhammer 40K app and what we think about it, because that's now released. We talk about 10th edition in general. We try and talk about the overall impression of the rules, how the competitive scene's looking at it. We talk about a couple of like the indexes and army construction, stuff like that. Generally, we go a bit off track in places, but overall, mostly...
That segment is a lot more just sort of random noise. It's like, call it kind of like a... It's just sort of feeling out the vibe, I suppose. Sort of talking about it in a general sense. Basically, me and Phil have had to record this quite quickly, so we just kind of smashed it all together. So that is just more or less me and Phil just having a general catch-up. But on
our thoughts on 10th edition. We also talk about the Forge World units going to Legends and what we think about that, which feels like a topic we talk about every other week almost, unfortunately. And then we also talk... Did we talk about one more thing? No, or was it just...
Combat Patrol.
Oh, Combat Patrol. I knew we squeezed something else in because we couldn't help ourselves, but we wedged that little one in for you guys, especially. So Combat Patrol and what we think about that and how that all works. And then that's it.
If we don't at least produce 4 hours of content...
That's what people like.
Yeah, exactly. If we don't deliver 4 hours of content, then...
they get their monies back.
A demon shaves off a year of our life at the end.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a demon comes and shaves off my beard.
No, that isn't the way. Although I wish it would. Oh. Anyway, 5-star review.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What are
Dad.
you doing in here, son?
Oh,
What have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Look Out Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
Phil, there's absolutely no way you could guess this, but you will be asked to do so. Where is this 5-star review coming from, Phil?
Apple Podcasts of Azerbaijan.
Good old Azerbaijan. I feel like there is, much like the Bermuda Triangle, a place that is far less represented in my life than I thought it would have been at once upon a time.
Well, that's true. I mean, you'd have hoped you'd have visited it at least once, right?
Azerbaijan or the Bermuda Triangle?
The Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, it was like a real thing as a kid, I feel like. But it isn't really something that's talked about now.
No, I don't. I feel like the kids are missing out on the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle.
I know, exactly.
It's all just, Minecraft and cocaine with them these days.
I mean, I thought you were going to say TikToks, but yeah, cocaine, why not?
Exactly. God bless the dark web. Anyway, yes, this 5-star review, Phil, doesn't come by way of Apple Podcasts of Azerbaijan. In fact, I don't think we've ever had.
No, we don't.
Apple
It might not
Podcast.
exist, but if you're out there and you're listening, please.
What,
do leave
Azerbaijan
us,
might not exist.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a made-up place.
Oh no, it does exist. I mean, whether there's like an iTunes account where you can review specifically for. I'm sure.
I have to be honest with you, Phil. I'm not aware of the kind of social economic status of that particular land. I don't know really anything about them other than
it's a place.
Well, I presume for me it may as well be Atlantis.
No, fair enough.
Anyway, not to discourage anyone who lives in Azerbaijan. We love you dearly. Thank you for supporting the show. Maybe leave a 5-star review sometime, and then we can. Delight in talking about you. But no, Phil, that isn't the place where the 5-star review comes from. It comes by the way of Hobby's Hobby in Finland. Good old Finland, Phil.
Ooh.
We do well, Phil, in the Nordics.
We do indeed.
We love a bit of the old Finland. And if you, like Finland, would like to leave us a 5-star review, you can. Obviously, massive thank you to everyone who has left us a 5-star review. If we've not read you out on the internet just yet, we endeavour to do so. As me and Phil always says, as long as there are 5-star reviews, there is a Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. That is the commitment that we have made.
It's a binding contract.
Exactly. Not legally binding, but,
Yes.
those aforementioned demons may have a hand to play in it. But there we go. Anyway, the point is if you want to do so, we'd love you for it. Additionally, we have a Patreon. Thank you, everyone who supports us on Patreon. We're aware that we're being a little bit lax in adding new content there. You kind of got like a deluge of wonderful updates back around kind of April, May time, but we've been pretty slow on the uptake since then.
We've got some great ideas. We
do
actually need the time to do it. Stop being busy going to tournaments, Dan. That's what we need.
Stop going on holiday, Phil.
Oh, touche. I'll let that one slide. Yeah,
exactly. Be a slave to the podcast. That's what our listeners demand. Certainly our patrons. So if you would like to put those, demands upon us, you need only chuck us a couple of quid, and we will be forever grateful. And then lastly, merchandise. That's a thing. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. And that's it. So let's talk about this 5-star review, which is 5 stars, 5 stars, which is a prerequisite of appearing in the 5-star review segment. Thank you very much, Hobby's Hobby. You said 5 stars for a great podcast. The leading actor is a try-hard, grumpy elder gamer with an apparently imaginary friend called Joe, who is always mentioned but never actually materializes on the show. His sidekick is an unemployed guy who lives in a shed.
It's not wrong.
It's shockingly true. The duo has a good chemistry going on, and it's always fun to tune in and listen to these oldies, my goodness, ramble on about how things used to be better. Good Lord. Thanks for a good podcast. Well, Hobby's Hobby, thank you so much for your brutal appraisal of our content. I mean, neither myself or my sidekick can argue that your appraisal of ourselves is anything less than accurate. I certainly am a try-hard, grumpy elder gamer with an imaginary friend called Joe. I talk to him on the phone on the regular, but it's true. He does never... Maybe... Is this one of these weird moments of introspection, Phil, where I realise that I've been living a lie this whole time?
And he's made up... Is it like, the plot twist in...
Shutter Island.
Yeah, or yeah, something like that where you're like, it's not real. It's all made up. It's like, Fight Club.
Fight Club. Oh, that works as well. Yeah, Fight Club. Yeah, yeah. Fight Club, Shutter Island, Citizen Kane.
Rosebud. Yes. Anyway, I mean, well, we do reference Joe later in the episode. Spoilers. He does get a mention. So yes, the imaginary friend is alive and kicking in our minds.
It's because Joe is, such a massive internet celebrity now that we're just trying to dine out on his success, get a little bit of that credibility by saying that we know him.
Yeah, maybe.
Phil is less impressed. He's like, I'm glad he's gone. I hate him. Anyway, come on, Phil. Expand upon this wonderful 5-star review from Hobby's Hobby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Hobby's Hobby. Very accurate, unfortunately, take on who we are and what we're like. I mean, you almost just pretty much called us like straight up boomers, right? Or Napoleonic players based on our age. We're not quite that. We're not oldies, but we're old enough. That's for sure. So yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Yeah, thanks very much for your contribution to it. It's greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you ever so much. Transitional noise. So, a little bit of shop talk before we get into the segment. Me and Phil are having to record this rapidly because Phil's just gotten back from holiday. Well done, Phil. How was your holiday?
It was lovely. Thank you very much.
Nice, strong. So this segment is just a bit more rambly. The broad theme, as I will describe when I hand back over to a past version of myself, is that we were going to talk about the general vibe around 10th edition, the data sheets, the design principles. And we do cover off all those topics, but it is a lot more all over the place. So,
that's our MO, though, isn't it?
Is it? I feel like we at least kind of... I think we talk a lot about a topic, but we tend to stay on topic.
Oh, okay. I mean, it felt like it was on topic, but maybe...
Oh, good.
Maybe
well, at least you felt that way. Maybe this extra bit was entirely unnecessary.
Might have been. But it's here anyway, so it's staying.
Exactly. It's done now. Move along. Handing over to a past version of me. Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about data sheets, points, and the general sentiment around it all. So yeah, basically, it hopefully won't have escaped your attention. 10th edition has come out. We started out in the last episode talking about our limited experience of Space Marines. We had also read snippets of the Tyranids, but hadn't really gotten into the weeds on those. But since then, everything is out, with the exception of a few, odds and sods, as they say. But everything is out there now. So we have data sheets, and there's been a lot of chatter, hasn't there, Phil, within the community? A lot of conversation around the haves, the have-nots, and a lot of kind of just general speculation on what it is that Games Workshop's up to. How did it happen, Phil? Etc., etc.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm not too sure how it's happened, but it has happened.
I think, so obviously it's worth stating from the outset, there has been, in my history of Warhammer 40,000, which is rather long now, 3 instances where they have done a complete reset. 3rd edition, 8th edition, and 10th edition, right? These are the only occasions where they have built entirely new rules from scratch.
Wait, did you say 2nd edition as well?
I was about to say, technically you could also say 2nd edition, because technically 2nd edition was totally different from Rogue Trader, so fine. There's 5 times they've done it from scratch. Rogue Trader.
5 out of 10, so almost like every other. It doesn't feel like it's every other. But 2 of them have been quite recently, I guess.
Yeah, so there was Rogue Trader, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, 8th edition, and 10th edition. Those are the times where they have basically gone, you see all that old stuff, throw that away. You need not the old. Embrace the new. And it's interesting, right? Because here's the thing. In 3rd edition, I'm not going to talk about 2nd edition. In 3rd edition, because to be honest, I have no first-hand experience of when they launched 2nd edition. I'm not sure how insanely imbalanced it was when it first came out. I'm sure it probably was. But in 2nd edition, in 3rd edition, when they transitioned from 2nd, 40K was this totally new game, completely different, at least kind of from a design philosophy perspective from where it was before. 2nd edition had a heavy emphasis on customizable characters and essentially building armies, air quotation marks, around heroic characters, right? So in second edition, you had war gear cards and you had all sorts of extra gubbins that really made all of your characters really uniquely interesting. And 50% of your army could be characters. Like the only stipulation in the old second edition system was that you had to have 25% of your force be units, and then everything else could just be characters and vehicles, effectively. So second edition was a very specific type of game. Third edition was where they kind of did away with a lot of that and really emphasized the now infamous, or at least to a certain generation of 40k gamers, the infamous force organization chart. Is where they basically started to
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Absolutely. It's where they introduced the concept of 1 HQ, 2 troops. It became a really kind of like cool concept. They really stripped back characters. Like, you know, before in second edition, characters had all sorts of character, whereas in third edition, you know, captains were just like normal tactical marines. They just had a couple more attacks and maybe a couple more wounds and different war gear options, essentially. So they really drastically changed the way the game was played because, again, third edition was laying the foundations for this migrating from a kind of almost like elaborate role-playing game to more of a skirmish, you know, war game, right? So they did drastically change the way that it played. Now, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh edition basically carried on a process of evolution. Every single edition basically just built on top of each other until we got to 8th edition. And 8th edition was the product of necessity to an extent because 7th edition had become so bloated because a lot of people talk about the problem with 7th edition was formations and, you know, they're kind of not army of renown, but they had like specific detachments and things that they could do. And, you know, there was a lot of problems with 7th edition because of all of that. That to me was never really the problem with 7th edition, although I acknowledge many of those formations and detachments were very powerful. The problem with 7th edition is that it was basically an engine built to support infantry and tanks, right? With monsters being little more than big-ish things, you know, like back in the day of third edition, dreadnoughts, the little old spudnaughts, were massive, right? They were huge things in the game of third edition. Whereas if you put one of those little potato dreadnoughts up against a Brutalis dreadnought, for example, it's comical. I was playing Joe a few weeks back, and I was using a Death Company dreadnought, and he was using his Brutalis dreadnought. I swear my Death Company dreadnought didn't even come up past its waist. It was
oh yeah, it's about half the size.
It's ridiculous, yeah. But that's the thing. The game used to just incorporate infantry, cavalry, tanks, and walking robots, right?
Plus swarms as well.
Oh yeah, look, I mean we could swarms, chariots. What else did we forget?
Oh yeah,
jetpack infantry.
Well, there was
jump-pack infantry.
Jetpack, jump pack, monsters, flying monsters. Yeah, there was also there was bolted onto that. There was obviously fortifications, super heavies, and flyers. All had like effectively not standalone, an expansion book that came out, supplements to expand how that game worked with those things, and you had things like D-weapons and what have you.
But those were all products of the evolution, right? So like third, fourth, fifth edition, broadly speaking, maintained a kind of consistent flow of content, right? It was always like, here's a new unit, here's a new type of dreadnought, here's a new character. But it was really, 5th edition really was the beginning of when they started to get a little bit more experimental, because 5th edition was when we started to see flyers for the first time. So we saw Valkyries, we saw Storm Ravens, all of this stuff started coming in 5th, right? Because clearly from a design perspective, from a studio perspective, they wanted to start to create more, you know, interesting miniatures and start to expand the range beyond tanks and what have you. So we started seeing flyers. So all of a sudden, when they introduced in 5th edition flyers were just skimmers in 5th edition. They were just skimmers with, that was how they were treated. They were just skimmers with really weird bases. And then 6th edition came along and they went, right, there's flyers now. And super heavies, although super heavies didn't really come into existence till 7th, because basically the miniature range just scaled up and up and up and up. And all of a sudden, a game that was designed around the concepts of infantry and tanks all of a sudden had to incorporate many variables that it couldn't sustain. So 8th edition was essential because they had to basically create a system where you can have big stompy robots, i.e. Imperial Knights, but they can exist, they can cohabitate with infantry squads, and the rules incorporate that. Now, did they get that right with 8th edition? I think if you go back and listen to a lot of my critique of it, maybe not, but it was a good step in the right direction, and 9th edition was kind of an evolution of that. But 8th edition was a reset, a necessary reset. Did I love every design decision they made? No, but I think they did an okay job. But I always attribute the okay job they did at the start to the fact that they were kind of, and it sounds a bit absurd to say they were standing on the shoulders of giants, but basically what happened when they took 8th edition, or rather they created the initial beginnings of 8th edition, the indexes, much like what has just happened with Horus Heresy as they've updated Horus Heresy, they basically just took all the old data sheets, all the old units, and just put them into 8th edition.
Well, yeah, they basically added a move characteristic because that wasn't a thing before.
Took away the initiative.
Stat line. Took away the initiative, and then they added a damage to all the weapons, right? But most of the stats were very consistent. The ranges and movements for a lot of things were pretty similar. They might have tweaked a few things here and there, but quite minor. So it felt like going from 7th to 8th edition feels less of a learning curve, right? There was the learning curve of the rules being very different and how that played, but knowing the stats for your army was pretty easy, I think. There was, because, all infantry moves 6 anyway, right? So that didn't really change. And there was obviously no initiative and stuff like that. Whereas it feels like from 9th to 10th, it's like stats have changed all over the place. They've obviously added objective control. They've sort of taken away some stats as well, but also every movement's changed a lot. So a lot of movement's gone down, a lot of range of weapons has gone down, both of which I think are really good and probably should have happened in 9th when they reduced the size of the boards. So, some of it's good, but I feel like it means the learning curve of your army is a lot more harder.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like the 8th edition change, as I was saying, they changed the core rules, but they basically ported over a bunch of relatively balanced units, and they were able to kind of just point them accordingly. Because most of the 8th edition points were just reflective of what was kind of represented in 7th once you stripped away all of the extra gubbins. Again, as I say, the problem with 7th was that they did have these formations that made them very powerful. But again, as a system, it just couldn't incorporate that stuff. But, stat line wise, things were pretty reasonable. So when they ported those over to 8th, the game kind of just worked out of the gate. And I think a lot of us look back on the 8th edition index period as one of the best gaming periods in the history of 40K. Like, I think it was a very positive time and there was a lot of really good energy around the game. Because as much as there were some problem units, you'll remember, Phil, the Guilliman lists were very strong.
With loads of Razorbacks, wasn't it?
Yeah, Guilliman backed up by Razorbacks. There was a Alpha Legion cultist list that was very strong, although that was based off of the Chaos Space Marine Codex, not so much the index.
Although there was one with, I can't remember the name of it, there was like a Chaos Warlord character that was from Forge World that was crazy powerful as well.
Yes.
That got spammed to death, basically.
Yeah, and then obviously there was the Big Bird list as well, which was redonkulous. You remember that? The Forge World Greater Demon, Zinch. that was pretty terrifying. So, like, you know, and also flyer spam was massive out of the gate. So they did have to obviously tweak and change things to sort of level it out. But as I say, the overall kind of sense was sort of posse vibes on 8th. But 10th edition has come around and they've changed a lot of stuff, as you've said, Phil, and at least within the online discourse, and this is interesting, right? Because now obviously we're contributing to that online discourse. Within the online discourse, it's definitely fair to say that there is a negative sentiment developing within the community. In fact, not developing, it's taken root, right? Like, I think it's actually quite disheartening at the moment listening to Warhammer 40,000 content, because everyone is obsessed with telling you how broken everything is and how nothing is working properly and how Games Workshop have really mucked this up, right? And a lot of that is being fueled by the competitive scene, but equally a lot of it is being fueled by, you know, people like you and I, right? Like the sort of general gamers. And, you know, maybe in our own way, we've contributed to that with some of our kind of comments that we've made in prior episodes. I know I have a, you know, propensity towards being a bit glass half empty about certain things, but, you know, the fact is like 10th edition is a complete reset. It's not perfect, because I think it was very unlikely that it was ever going to be perfect. And it definitely isn't, but what it is what it is. And I think one of the things that I would encourage everyone to do at the moment who is invested in trying to make this work and is like us, a fan of the hobby, is try and play it for what it is and continue to just sort of evaluate it with a bit more of an open mind. Because my main concern at the moment is in terms of the community backlash. And there are certain things that are valid, right? I've played 5 games with Death Guard in this new edition. They are as bad as they say they are. But at the same time, that will change, or at least it should change. God, it needs to change. They are terrible. But
I don't. Yeah, power level's one thing, because that's easy to change. Like, points can be fixed. Codexes are still going to come out, although unfortunately not until next year for the most part. Which I think is a good way, because everyone gets to playtest these rules, and it does feel like we're very much playtesting rules. So power levels shouldn't really be an issue, because that can be changed at a whim. I think if there's fundamentally something wrong with the rules, like the core rules, or the way rules have been written, where they're very ambiguous and you don't know what the designer's intended, I think then that's bad, and that's a problem for a game that is at launch. Should be like a shining example to the tabletop industry. Like, that they should, you know, effectively be the Apple of phones, right? Especially if we go back to the early days when the iPhone was first launched, no one had seen one before. What is this smartphone? They kind of led the way on that, and it's like, it feels like Games Workshop is on the pedestal of being the very best miniature company or tabletop games company around in the entire world. So their flagship game should be pretty phenomenal at launch. And obviously some people say it isn't. Part of me is more inclined to say the game is fine, but the launch of the game was terrible in terms of how they brought out the indexes in sort of piecemeal. You know, the whole Forge World debacle is a bit of a mess. It's stuff like that, I think, has, for me at least, jaded my view on 10th on the outset. But I think, you know, I played 2 games with you. They were great. There was a few little rules issues where I was like, okay, this is a bit weird and not great. But other than that, the game itself played fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously the other people or competitive people are having issues with other aspects to the game, and some of that feels a bit like legacy based on how the game was played versus how it's sort of got to be played now, I think.
It's funny, right? Because I have a lot of competitive friends, and I'm, you know, playing in a competitive event this weekend, and I do understand a lot of the sort of sentimentality around, you know, these assertions for what is and isn't correct in the competitive sense, and that there definitely is a desire from that community to, maintain certain things for financial reasons, right? If you're a tournament organizer and you're basically now discovering that your no doubt expensive collection of tournament terrain is no longer fit for purpose, it's very difficult to then have to face up to the fact that you're going to have to sink another X many £1,000 into purchasing a whole replacement set. If you're someone like...
Surely you just need to drill some holes in those L-shaped walls that are solid to add some windows.
And that's based on the assertion that people will agree with me when I say that, I think terrain, to me, it's weird, right? I think the big L shapes are probably more of a hindrance than a help these days with 10th edition. Now, again, I've played, as I say, about 10 games of it, right? I've played 2 games with you with Space Marines. I've played about 5 games with Death Guard. I've played a couple of games with my AdMech, and maybe I've only played 9 games. Anyway, the point is that, I've played a bunch of it, and every one of those games I've played on normal, air quotation marks, tables. And those air quotation mark normal tables had citadel or custom terrain that was designed to be aesthetically pleasing, not, tournamenty in its kind of construction. So, they are ruins with holes all over the place, big open spaces where people can see stuff. And at no point in any of the games that I've played thus far did I feel like the shooting was that oppressive, or that, ultimately, I couldn't maneuver around the board because of fear of being shot at. Actually quite the opposite. I actually thought, it was quite refreshing, actually, to play the game as I have been recently, using that citadel terrain, because opens up lots of firing lines, creates lots of interesting exchanges, becomes more about what the unit can do and what the unit can sort of sustain, as opposed to what kind of tricks you can pull to kind of reduce the sort of amount that would reduce the amount of damage that you receive. Again, it's weird, isn't it? Right? Because a lot of people who are competitively minded will listen to me saying all this sort of stuff and be like, well, what does this guy know? He's clearly some kind of casual gamer and all the rest of it. But I am very actively involved in competitive play, and I understand.
Get out your trophy, Dan. Your grand tournament trophy.
I don't need. But what I'm saying is I think the problem is, and where me and some of my friends who are competitive players, predominantly if not exclusively, differ, is that I think I'm at least sort of willing to sort of have that conversation and be like, actually, guys, that we're not thinking that maybe we need to change the way we think about this, and rather than just going, we liked 9th edition was great, we need to kind of try and see what's good in this and try and sort of spend time with it. Now, here's the thing, right? I spent a lot of time with 8th and 9th edition, and throughout this podcast telling you that 5th edition is the best edition ever made. And I still stand by that. But the point, and so I understand people grumble about stuff, but I'm just saying at the moment, it's I just worry about the levels of hostility towards the game at the minute, and the levels of disappointment with what is being created here, because I think 9th edition was actually by the end a really good edition of 40K for a certain group of people. I didn't love it as an edition in isolation, but the core rules of it were fine. The situation with 10th is, it's almost, to me, it seems like a kind of, not pushback, but a kind of rejection almost of whatever it was that they'd established during 9th. It felt actually more like this is Games Workshop almost trying to undo a lot of the stuff that has been exploited by the competitive scene. So the changes to charges, the changes to the way that cover works, all these things are being done, in my view, in an attempt to kind of remove things from the game that were clearly exploits, that weren't desired outcomes by the designers. And again, I'm, maybe being a bit too bold here, but it's interesting at the moment, the kind of sentiment around it.
Yeah, I mean, they did that in 9th as well, but only via the medium of stratagem. So it was they don't like people wrapping and trapping units, or locking down entire vehicles, so all the troops inside die. And they were like, here's a bunch of stratagems to get out of these effectively tournament tactics. But then now a lot of those are sort of much more entrenched within the rules themselves. And it was interesting. I'll name them. The Art of War. I watched a couple of their live streams where because they did a big rant about 10th edition and how awful it was. And they were basically saying, I'll give you an example. They were saying when you charge, you're meant to go effectively base to base, but when you do your charge move, you can deliberately move block yourself. So you move a model that's further away. So that one doesn't get within base-to-base contact. And then the ones that would have been able to get in base-to-base contact can't because they've got to go past the model that you've put in place. And they were saying it effectively allows you to gain more movement in the piling and possibly consolidation phase. And they were like, we could have done this before and it was really nice and easy. But these rules mean we've got to effectively exploit how the rules are currently written to do the same thing, and it takes so much more extra time. So why did they do that? And I actually did read the rules, and I actually do believe they were wrong, because it literally says, or it doesn't literally, I'll paraphrase it, effectively says, if you can move a model in base-to-base contact, you have to. It doesn't say when you move a model, it just says you have to. So what they're doing is trying to move block themselves is completely not in the spirit of how the rule is written, but also is against how the rules have been written as well, I believe. So they are trying to play the game wrong, and they almost openly admit that, and they're saying we want to do it this way to get extra movement within the charge phase, but the rules have been written in a way where you shouldn't, and I don't think can do it, at least not easily. So stuff like that just makes me sort of sigh and go, you're being pretty cheesy here by trying to break the game. And I think actually being really disingenuous to say it's just badly written. It's like, I think you're misinterpreting how the rules have clearly been written to try and gain an exploit, which is incorrect.
I mean, that is also often the case, though, isn't it? And I think, yeah, you raised some interesting points.
Well, we had that with touching cover and stuff in previous editions, right? Where that was never a thing, but people played it that way because that's how they wanted to play the game.
But here's the thing, right? The competitive scene reached a consensus on it. I mean, again, I don't think I ever got a vote on it, but the point is that, you know, this consensus was reached. Whether you or I agreed with that is a moot point. That was the consensus. And, you know, ultimately that's how it ended up being played, because certain kind of key, you know, opinion formers in the community put it forwards as the right thing. And I think that's true of a lot of the stuff. There's been a lot of work done over the last 6 years to really, really, really define how you play 40K competitively. And a lot of that work happened throughout 8th edition, but a great deal of it has been defined by the work that was done on Tabletop Simulator by people stuck at home during COVID, right? A lot of people were engaged with competitive 40K via Tabletop Simulator. They couldn't play it any other way. And that really felt like the evolution of a lot of this, or rather the kind of the big moment where this standardization was really galvanized. Like before, I remember when we started this podcast, we did a pilot where we kind of assessed what had occurred with the London Grand Tournament and their terrible polystyrene terrain that was utterly like lambasted by, you know, people online for just being utterly shoddy in terms of its quality. But again, like that was kind of like one of the early beginnings of this root of an idea, and that obviously, you know, that seed did take root, and then over time we saw it happening more and more and more and more. And I think as it came into 9th edition, with the way that the 9th edition rules were written, it was only inevitable that that style of terrain was yet further amplified. And, you know, again, I was always a bit kind of like, guys, I don't know if it needs quite the same kind of terrain. But then I did kind of come around to it because the board sizes shrinking did have a meaningful effect on how you were able to, you know, control space, because everything could kind of shoot everything in 9th edition all of the time. So having that terrain actually was quite kind of useful. And I don't necessarily disagree with the kind of competitive layouts as they ended up in ninth. Even though I didn't love them myself, I accept why it ended up that way. And if you wanted to participate in the competitive game, you just had to accept that was how it was played. I think the thing is now, though, is that it's clear that style of terrain isn't necessarily right for the game as it is now, or at least in my opinion. But I think it's going to take a long time for people to reassess it because, again, as I said, there's financial interest or whatever. But at the core of that I think also creates the assertion from the competitive community about what's wrong with the game. Because, again, they're not really this is a ridiculous sweeping statement, but many of them are still trying to play it using those terrain sets. And again, I know that when I go to this event on the weekend, I'm going to be playing on the same kind of board layouts that I played 9th edition on. And I know for a fact that is only going to work to my benefit as a knight player because I can use my towering rule and just look over everything. And that is not going to be great for my opponents but here's the thing, if it was just that, none of those big L-shaped walls were there, I could just, it would just be sort of open season for everyone and it would be okay. It's like, it sort of feels like at the moment, because the way they've changed the rules, out of line of sight shooting is still really strong. So, let's just open it up again. Like, why, it's like, oh, these out of line of sight squads are ridiculously strong, aren't they? They wouldn't be, though, would they, if you could see and shoot them? Like, if they...
Yes, or if you had ruins that had windows in, so if they're in cover, you could, from many places, be able to shoot them. So I've seen... So one question, first of all, with the towering wall. Because obviously, does that just override obscuring, or what was the obscuring? But does it overwrite true line of sight?
No, it doesn't override
true line of sight. For example, if there's an L shape and you're hidden behind the L shape, but they can't physically see the model, they can't be shot at still.
Correct,
right?
yeah. So that is still a rule, of course it is. But the problem becomes, at that point, it becomes really suboptimal for you because many people will want to just kind of, a lot of people will want to hide behind the obstacle rather than be in it, because if you're in it, there are opportunities for you to gain line of sight anyway. So
yeah, okay. So yeah, I can see why that's when people go, windows are bad in ruins, because towering can just shoot through you regardless.
Well, anyone could in that situation.
No, well, not with ruins. You can't, because you can't. Not unless they're in the ruin. But if
that's right.
The ruins between you, you can't shoot them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're behind the ruin and it's obscuring, which a ruin is, you can't be shot at. But obviously, that the knight could maybe walk into it somehow. I mean, again, if it's one of those big walls, it's just one of those things. All I'm saying is, and again, maybe I'm garbling this, and maybe this isn't the most well constructed argument ever. It's funny, actually. I listened to. Credit where credit's due. There's some amazing podcasts by some competitive players right now where they have really gone to town on writing really well considered arguments for why 10th edition is bad. And I found them enthralling. I thought there's some really amazing content creators coming on the scene at the moment in terms of the podcasting space. It makes us look really amateurish. But that's our style, Phil. We've kind of...
Is that because we're not in the same room with some fancy cameras and microphones?
No, it wasn't that specifically. It's more just the fact that when I was listening to the guys, I was listening to, is it Fireside 40K or whatever it is?
Oh, so that is Art of War, yeah.
Oh, is that Art of War?
It's called yeah. So that's Art of War, but that's their podcast.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Where
Vic
they did,
was in Art
well
War,
constructed.
What do I know? Anyway, the point is those guys, they put together some really beautiful arguments, and here I am just spouting what I reckon in response to it. And, maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe I'm not going to win over competitive players with this conversation, but I'm trying to just sort of say that I think I understand why people are unhappy about it. But here's the thing. I've played 9 or 10 games and they've all been fine. A lot of them have been fun. Most of them have been fun, in fact. And I think overall, yeah, I can see there's problems with it from a competitive perspective, but those are hopefully get ironed out. And as much as I understand why people are upset about that, because they've invested a lot of time and energy into, being the bestest 40k player, I think we just kind of hopefully need to put a little bit of faith back into this and hope that it improves. Now, I'll be the first to admit that if it doesn't improve, I'll join you in saying it's awful, because that's a thing that we need to say. But the game's barely a week old at this point. We need more time before we start, cursing it and saying it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, true. I mean, obviously everyone's going to have sort of hot takes, right?
Yeah.
But normally everyone's like raging and they're just complaining that it's bad, right? But normally it calms down. And take the examples of pretty much any codex that ever came out. Everyone's always like, this is OP. And it tends to be sometimes, obviously, within Ninth, there have been cases where they have been, but obviously a lot of times it's like they initially are, but people kind of work out how to play against them, and it sort of all simmers back down, and people are like, oh, in hindsight, yeah, that was fine. I think in terms of Imperial Knights and the towering rule, it's a bit of a double threat of actually towering rule is potentially a problem because it gives knights a big advantage. But I think in general, just knights are very powerful as a faction overall. I think vehicles and knights as part of that are just very tough and durable. There's a lot less anti-tank weapons in the game now, right? If you want to try and wound a vehicle on a free up, it's almost impossible. You need like a las cannon or like a dark lance, something of that ilk, right? And they tend to be single shot weapons. Multi-melters were prevalent in 9th edition as being the way to wound most vehicles, and quite often they would be only wounding on 4s, but now multi-melters are wounding most vehicles on 5s, right? So multi-melters are useful, but they're not really that good at taking out vehicles. So towering isn't the problem, right? You could almost say if knights had less wounds, or if knights didn't have such crazy shooting, the towering rule in and of itself is fine. I think it's just when you combine towering with knights, and knights being very good at the moment, that's where the problem lies. And so people are trying to find the solution to how to make knights less broken. Well, the easy solution is to change the towering rule. Whereas the actual solution is you probably need to change the data sheets or the firepower that they have or something like that. Because no one's complaining about towering in regards to aircraft, right? Aircraft can shoot through in the same way, but no one's complaining about them because they're not OP, I guess.
Yeah, look, I think here's the thing, right? Like, again, if we can talk about knights in isolation, I suppose, yes, they are very strong. They did very well last weekend on the tournament scene. And it's because innately they have two strong rules by virtue of being titans that, by virtue of being towering titans. So they get access to the towering keyword, which, as we've established, helps them win the shooting phase. They also get the Titanic rule, which basically means that they can step over almost everything. Some small terrain features, but also, infantry and basically all that stuff. They can just walk over it. And those are things they just get baked in. And here's the thing, right? Being able to walk over stuff in this game is massive because it gives you just so much freedom of movement that no one else really gets access to. And unlike in 9th and 8th edition, where your unit would degrade and lose movement, there's no set of circumstances where your Imperial Knight moves less, unless, of course, you hit it with a thing that reduces its movement. But failing that, the thing's always moving its full movement characteristic, even when it's on one wound. It's very strong from that perspective. But then, they've also got their army-specific special rules, which are a little bit on the powerful side, which is to say that re-rolling hit rolls and wound rolls of 1 all the time on everything is a little bit strong. And then having a 6-up Field Oak Pain on everything is also a little bit strong.
Yes, yeah. It's stuff like that where it's probably like you could tone some of that down and they would still be good.
100%. But I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? Right? Is that, again, it was always obvious from the outset that this edition was one where they were trying to kind of address vehicles and make them and monsters more durable and powerful. And that makes a lot of sense because ultimately, you know, in the game of 8th and 9th, maybe they weren't performing as well as they could do. So it made sense that they try and increase it. But I think, again, it's like one of those weird overcorrections almost where, again, it's like, I think it's weird in a way now, isn't it? Because maybe once upon a time when the range was smaller, it was easier for Games Workshop to define things that had certain functions. Because this is the thing, you go back to like 3rd edition and you look at a Space Marine army. A Space Marine army was made up of tactical squad, a scout squad, a devastator squad, an assault squad, right? And a Terminator squad, right? That was basically it. There was a veteran squad as well, I suppose, which could be like the command squad. So like Space Marines, which are now one of the most exhaustive lists of things, back then were like 7 squads, a few characters, Razorback, Rhino, Predator, Whirlwind. Like that was the Space Marine army. Bikes. Okay, they had bikes as well. Fine, I forgot about those, and the attack bike. But like that was it, right? And it was really easy for them to go, cool, you know the Devastators? They're anti-tank. Do you know the Assault Marines? They're anti-infantry. Do you know the Tactical Marines? They're a bit of both. You know, that was a really easy kind of thing for them to work with. You know, and then when they had Elder, they could be those Fire Dragons, anti-tank. Those Striking Scorpions, anti-infantry. Groovy. Loved it. Simple. Right? But obviously now the ranges are so vast. Like, it's so difficult for things to have specific functions and for there to be a bit of a rock, paper, scissor thing within the game, because it's literally now like every army just has access to so much stuff. And so much of it is designed and created based on what Jez wants to create that week that it rarely serves a function. It's always like, it's just basically.
Yeah, well, I also
luck.
think in a lot of respects, you've got. So, yeah, anti-tank stuff is stuff that's got really high strength. So, predominantly strength 10 to 12, if not higher, if you can. And some of those things do have high AP. But then you have a sort of strength 9 and above, which should be able to deal some damage on, you know, 5s or, you know, lethal hits or rerolls of some kind, like the Custodies have to deal with that anti-tank in combat. But most things in that respect have an AP value of 1 or 2. And especially when it comes to shooting, right? Vehicles pretty much are always going to get cover save because it's relatively, you know, cover is prevalent for everyone. But in our games, when I was trying to shoot your Redemptor, if I'm shooting you at -2 AP, you put Armor of Contempt on it and you get a cover save, you completely negate my AP. So you're getting a 2-up save still, which is kind of ridiculous. So things like maybe, I don't know an easy solution, but, you know, maybe cover doesn't affect vehicles or cover doesn't stack with AP in quite as much of a way. I do kind of like the old 7th edition version where, you know, things were anti-tank weapons pretty much only worked well against anti-tank, and, you know, vehicles were immune from small firearms. And they've tried to do that by just massively increasing the toughness. But I feel like the decrease in AP is almost like harmed the game overall, even though it was for the best in terms of lethality against infantry. It just meant vehicles were a lot harder to deal with.
It's almost like what they should have done is just almost ignore what's on the miniatures and just get rid of all that sort of functionality and just be like, everyone in this squad has their output is this. It's like, you know, this shooting attack is representative of the assortment of things here, but they could be like.
But you get that with the Stone Guarder, right?
Yeah.
Their combi weapons just all have devastating wounds on it. It's like, it doesn't matter if it's combi plasma or combi melter, it's literally the same profile.
Yeah. And that's fine to me. Like, I think that's actually a really good thing, but I think almost they should have taken it to the nth degree where they could have just been like, and they have a melee attack that is anti-tank. Like, so for example, like scouts, right? Like, what would it hurt them to be like, here is a scout squad. Their guns are pretty normal bolt guns, but their combat weapon is melter bombs, and it's one attack, strength 12, or it's one attack, strength 9, anti-vehicle 4+, -3, D6 +2 damage. You know, like what I mean? Like literally just lean into like the idea that it's like squads are built for specific purposes. So you have like a range of units that maybe are anti-tank, but based on melee. You have anti-tank that way, or maybe it is that you've got a shooting anti-tank squad, and then you've got like an anti-infantry squad, and you just kind of designate the squads to certain functions and somewhat disregard what they've got already and just go, there you go. I know what it looks like, but this is what that squad is now. And this is why we've designed it this way, because we're trying to build an ebb and flow to this. So as every unit has access to anti-tank, every army has access to anti-infantry. They have units with specialisms, or they can take Swiss Army knife army or units that do a little bit of everything, right? And that would have been quite nice to have seen. And it's weird because they do it sometimes, but not always.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the game's got a lot more anti-infantry keywords, like as in universal special, than anti-tank. Because you could have a lot of effectively low strength. I guess the way to design would be low strength weapons that aren't very good against a lot of infantry, but all have the anti-tank keyword, so they're dedicated killing vehicles. But, maybe that Vanquisher cannon that's like, I don't know, strength 14 or 16 or whatever. Maybe it should be strength 14 or 16 because you're going to, kill that guardsman, right? It's that's what it should do. But it's, it's only one shot now rather than 2 shots and stuff like that. So a lot of the firepower's greatly reduced. Maybe that'll be good for the game. I mean, but it just skews into being very good for knights.
At the moment, it does. But again, who can say what they're going to turn it into?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where the game is even in like 1 month's time to see how healthy it is, or if Games Workshop actually reacts to some of this stuff and goes, actually, Towering's an awful rule. We're going to go back to the way it was before with, effectively like an obscuring, like the knights can always be shot at. Or just, treat them like a normal unit. So they can't be seen if there's a room between them, and they can't shoot that unit either.
Yeah. But I do think that's the thing, though. If they had maybe leaned into kind of abandoning certain kind of established ideas and they have done this to a certain extent, but just with like, I don't know, it's like, you look at the Marine stuff, and I think they've done this in a lot of instances, but maybe the assault intercessors could have had grenade attacks that are good at disrupting or causing battle shock stuff and being more of they're there more as an irritant and a kind of like behind enemy lines force. But maybe then that's something you could incorporate into the Reavers, which actually on the topic of funny data sheet things, Reaver squads. I found this out when I was playing Richie the other day. Reaver squads, when you equip them with bolt carbines, don't have close combat weapons.
Oh, does it swap out close combat weapons? Yeah,
because their close combat weapon is a knife, but you change out the knife for a bolt carbine.
So they can't attack
in combat. Yeah, Reavers with bolters have no close combat attacks.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, in the end, we were just like, we'll just use a Primaris Marine entry.
Well, my favourite one that I spotted was immediately as a Forge World one, right? It's the Relic Contemptor. It's armed with 2 heavy plasma cannons. There is no heavy plasma cannon stat line anywhere in that PDF.
Amazing.
So it's not on the data sheet and it's not on the armory that's at the bottom. So it's like, cool, it's got these guns, but you can't play it as that. Yeah. It's there are stuff like that where you're like, have these even ever been play tested, like these data sheets? No one sat down and tried to play a Contemptor using this data sheet because it is glaringly obvious that this is wrong.
Can I just say as well, though, right? Like the haves and the have-nots from this series of data sheets makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, here's the thing, right? If I was head of the 40K studio and I was overseeing the design of 10th edition and these indexes, do you know what I'd be saying to my team right now? or not right now, but from the kickoff point, it's like, just give everyone mad stuff. Like, let's not enter into a situation where one army has got some crazy things and another army doesn't. Let's just be generous with everyone. Like, what's the harm? Because we can rein back in the problems because that's what we always do. But it's a lot more of an effort to actually fix, the underperforming stuff than it is to kind of, basically it's probably more effort now to try and correct Death Guard than it is to fix Elder. Because Elder, you just increase points, remove rules, right? Easy peasy. You overhaul fate dice, you remove certain things, you increase points. Great, cool. Elder can be solved. Death Guard, you can fix them by making them cheap, but that's not actually fixing the problem for someone who is a Death Guard player. So, as I say, I've been playing Death Guard. I have a big collection now of Death Guard. I'm able to field a 2,000-point army of them. That's quite a numerous collection already. If you turned around to me and said, oh, good news, Dan, your Plague Marines have gone from 100 points to 50 points, I'd be like, well, that's no good at all, because now I've got to have hundreds of the things.
Well, yeah, that's my problem, because I took Space Marines at RFW last year. Obviously, I took Relic Contemptors, but now I'm looking at taking normal Contemptors. Yeah. And my list that probably was around 1,700. I don't think it was ever quite 1,750, unless I took an assassin. Maybe I can't quite remember now. But now is like 1,450.
Yeah.
Because obviously all the war gear's now either free or included, or just because I can't take the relic versions, I'm taking the standard ones without all the extra special weapons. So it's like, to now play my Space Marines at an event, I need to paint up another couple more units. It's basically not playable at the points level that they were playable last year, which I find quite amusing.
Yeah. But that's my point, though, right? Right now, if I was, or not right now, but before, if I was leading on this design, I would have very much just been like, guys, go nuts with it. Like, if someone presented me a bunch of Death Guard rules and I was looking at it going, so why have you taken away Feel No Pain? And they'd be like, oh, it was a bit too strong. Well, put it back in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, who cares?
Well, they might, they might do that, right, with the balanced data slates, the data sheet, whatever it is, the quarterly update they're going to do. They might, although admittedly they said they were going to mostly lean on points for that, but it might be that they will just hand out an army-wide rule to fix Death Guard like they have done in previous editions.
It's evident that no one at Games Workshop really cared about certain armies. And again, it's always the same. It's always Elder that everyone loves, so they get all the TLC. And then, Elder are always good in every Warhammer 40,000 game. Like, everything, every time, they're always amazing. Like, honestly, I lament 4th edition Elder. Because 4th edition Elder was a really nuanced codex. It wasn't ridiculous. It was just interesting. Like, when it first came out in 4th edition, they were pretty strong. Because, of course, they were. They're an Elder codex, but also they're a new codex. So back then, everything that was new was always good. But over time, you really appreciated that codex for what it was. But, ever since, 6th edition, where they introduced that new 6th edition Elder codex and the Wraith Knight, that army has never been able to recover from the Wraith Knight. But to be fair to 9th edition 40k, the Wraith Knight was a non-event.
It was completely toned down. Yeah.
But my point is it is crazy to me that we could be in a scenario where certain armies are not getting good rules, because ultimately you could be selling a lot of everything right now if everything was good. If everyone got really fun things that they could do with their armies at the minute and everyone had super powerful combos, you'd be doing good business. All of a sudden, if Death Guard were extraordinarily strong, lots of people would be going out there and buying Death Guard.
It'd be fun to see what has sold out already. I remember a mate of mine telling me that Praetor launchers from Forge World have sold out already because they're seen as quite good out of the Forge World range. And I imagine if you went on Games Workshop website, it'd be a similar sort of situation. Everything that seems to have quite good rules has sold out because people are like, well, I just want to get one of those.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, and you're right. There are some stuff that's crazy good, some stuff that's kind of bad or a bit of a non-event. In terms of codexes, I feel like the Astra Militarum stuff is mostly a sort of copy paste from the 9th edition stuff. It seems that way in terms of how they've written a lot of those rules. I don't know. I'm still trying to get my head around it. Right, it's the way that you can add. So you can add a command squad to a unit in addition to another character, whether that's like a psyker or like Ursula Creed or an officer. But then in addition, I think you can also add like a Bulgrin to that command squad as like an attaché. So there's like loads of like different stuff just for the bog standard infantry. And I'm already like, oh god, it's just a bit too much. Like I would really wish it was a bit more simpler than it is. And I know people that probably got into because I basically ignored the 9th edition codex because I didn't like the look of it. And it's still quite effectively the 9th edition codex. So it's like, oh god, I've got to like really sort of study hard and look at this if I want to play my guard. Whereas actually I've spent most of the time looking at the Custodes for my Thunder Warriors and going, oh, these guys kind of look cool. Some of their weapons are a bit naff. Some of them look good. They don't really have any great shooting. And everyone's like, oh, they're busted good because of their close combat, but then they're mostly a close combat army. So I'm like, okay. And that's another thing, like how everyone says combat's kind of dead, right, from the competitive scene. They're like, it's not as good as it used to be. But then they're saying that certain armies, like Custodes, are going to be like top tier meta, but they're literally combat armies. They're not shooting armies. So it's funny how those two contradicting statements are true at the same time.
I played 3 games against Custodes with my Death Guard. I didn't win any of them. They just absolutely ruined me every time. And it's mostly because my Death Guard just couldn't do anything to break through. And that was very, very disheartening. Custodes are definitely strong. But again, they're very matchup dependent because there's stuff they just can't do anything against because their anti-tank is so limited. Like them going into an Imperial Knight army, I'd imagine, is just a complete one-sided affair. Like I can't see how they win that fight at the moment.
I think the only way they can do it, so things like the standard, which I think is the Alaris Terminators, they get, I think, +1 to wound against vehicles, monsters, and characters. And then you can make, you can also trigger your Qatar, which is like lethal hits you could choose. So not only your 6s to hit, also wounding, but then you're potentially, I guess your default weapons is maybe wounding on 6s or 5s, which then gets boosted to
5s and 4s.
5s and 4s, but probably 5s still. So, and then it's just volumes of attack. So it's not easy at all.
Yeah,
but I guess that's how you can do it. Or there's other ways of buffing them, maybe.
Yeah, but you got to put them in harm's way to do it. And like maybe I haven't checked their Forge World rules just yet. So maybe things like the Telemon or the
there's the Caladius Grav tank. That's the one everyone's raving about. I saw that and was like, oh dear god, that is good. It does I think it does, you get two of the guns, the 2 shots each, so it's like 4 shots, and I think each one does, it's probably like strength 14 -4 d6 plus 6 damage.
Nice.
And you're like, oh my god, this is a no-brainer. Like, this is your anti-tank gun. It's crazy good. And that was just me looking at it and then seeing everyone rave about it online. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's a winner. But as you say, the haves and have-nots, like everything else in that, out of the Forge World Custodes is kind of trash. Like I've been making my Thunder Warrior Proto-Terminators to look like the Forge World ones with the Power Fist. What do you think's better, like a Power Fist or an axe, Dan, if you had to pick one?
Well, because you're asking me, I feel like I know the answer, but I'll say Power Fist.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think it would sort of be
I
a
would,
power
yes,
fist
yeah.
that's literally capable of like its molecular debonding armor and people and ripping plates of steel or punching things. But no, apparently it's an axe. I don't know, maybe the rules writers think otherwise, but I was a bit like, oh wow, that's really weird that an axe is substantially better, either in AP or damage or both. I can't remember which now. But it just, or even strength, but it just made you go, oh, this is odd. Like the Forge World matchups of like the bikes and the Terminators, just arguably like worse. Like it's not like there's a choice, like, because I think a lot of the Forge World stuff is more overcosted in terms of points as well.
Yeah.
So it's just a bit like, it feels like the people that wrote them are just different or had different objectives, or they've just deliberately gone, let's try and downplay Forge World stuff, but then weirdly every single time, a bit like how Contemptors with Volkites were always good, like there's always one unit that slips through the cracks, in this case for Caladius Grav Tank, where it's just bonkers good, and everyone's going to go and complain that Forge World are broken, not realizing that 90% of the units are just unplayable or just not, I don't want to say unplayable because that's a bit harsh, but just not competitively viable. In casual games, people probably, won't care as much, but sometimes some stuff's so overcosted, it's just not really ever worth putting on the table, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm interested a lot in, like, because here's the thing, right? In terms of like the field, in terms of what I've played thus far, obviously you've played against me running Space Marines, so I've played against Custodians, I've played against Space Marines, I've played against a lot of flavors of Space Marines, actually. I've played Tim's Space Marines, I've played Richie's.
His World Eaters?
Yes, well, his Black Templars.
Oh, yes, because the Primaris World Eaters ran as Black Templars.
Yeah, so I played against Black Templars, I played against Imperial Fists, and they were legit Imperial Fists because Torgaradon was leading them, etc.
He's good.
Yeah, he was fun. Yeah,
he's really good.
Richie smashed me up with old Torgaradon and so on. So that was fun. And then who else did we have? And then I had you with Minotaurs, and obviously I was running Ultramarines. So like I've got a really good feel for like Marines in this game. I've also played against Chaos Space Marines. I've run Death Guard, obviously. So I've got a good feel for the Marine mixture. And then I've played against sort of Custodies as well. So I've not yet experienced Elder in any flavor. I've not experienced...
basically most of the Xenos stuff, I guess.
Yeah, like no Nids, no
Necrons.
Leagues of Votan, no Tau. I talked to... we all kind of talked to Tom and Danvers and those lads over WhatsApp about it, and I know he ran his Tau and is now selling them, so I don't know if that is a damning indictment of
the modern day equivalent of burning your army.
Well, yeah, exactly, or a more sensible version of it for sure. But like that's the thing. Like I think this is the thing in terms of like the data sheets, in terms of the armies. I think let's get into the nuts and bolts of these data sheets, right? What I like about them is that they have managed to create flavor while still reducing the levels of rules, right? Like right now, it doesn't actually take too much to grasp what your army's gimmick is, because it's very clear. It's like you're running Space Marines, Oaths of Moment. You're running Imperial Knights. It's it's the chivalrous Oaths or whatever. The thing that gives you rerolling wounds, basically hits and wounds, or you can add 2 inches to advance and charge roll or whatever the other one is. No one ever takes the other one. You're always going to take the reroll wounds every day of the week, or reroll hits and wounds. But there's that, and then Plague Marines, it's Contagion, or not Plague Marines, Death Guard, it's Contagion, and so on and so forth. Right, so everyone, they've always got their main gimmick, and then they got their detachment gimmick, which for Space Marines is the doctrines, and again all the different lists, right? So it's quite easy from the outset to grasp what your army's about, because you go, cool, my army-wide ability is Oaths, so I'm getting to reroll hits and wounds against one thing, unless I take Guilliman, in which case it's 2 things. Whoopie-doo. I've got doctrines. Yay! Or I'm a Black Templar player, so I've got vows, or I'm a Dark Angels player, so I've got a different thing. I don't know what the Dark Angels have. But my point is like you've got all these options within it, but it's quite easy to kind of break that down. And then it's just about unit rules. But I do think they have delivered on their promise, though. I do think we're at that point where, from a core design stance and in terms of those indexes, they are simplified but not simple. However, I think because the game is so new and everything's so different, it is a real headache still, because you're still having to constantly remind yourself about what stuff does. Like, Lance doesn't stay in my brain. Like, I know Lance is a rule. I can
Plus
never...
one to wound on charge, isn't it?
Probably. Or AP or something. It again, you're almost certainly right, but it just doesn't matter how many times I encounter it. I always go, oh yeah, Lance, what's that again? You know?
Yeah, it's not a very common one. It's almost odd that that's a universal special rule, yet there's sort of other common abilities like one shot, which isn't a universal special rule because it's...
Well, it annoys me because Lance is a 7th edition special rule, which is always glances on 4+.
Okay.
And it's always like, oh, it's a lance. Oh, wait, hang on. No, that's a shooting attack in older games. Now it's...
Yes, I keep thinking of lance as a lance weapon, like a beam weapon.
Yeah. But no, now it's when you're running in and, you know, hitting stuff real hard. And maybe it's reroll wounds. Maybe it's +1 to wound. Maybe it's additional AP. Maybe it's this. You always have to go back and check that one. But most of it sticks mostly. But there's lots of just little instances with it where you're like, what's that again? And like, it's funny, I played a few games with my Death Guard and I completely missed that my Poxwalkers had 5 up, feel no pain, because it's just in there, but you don't really see it. And you're like, oh, God, like, this is a bit silly.
Yes, it's easy to forget because basically every unit has a unique ability or several. And so it's easy to forget that. We did in our games quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, I found when I was looking at the army list, I'm just looking at the ability first and foremost, regardless of the stat lines. It feels like almost the stat lines are a bit redundant in comparison. So you look at the strength and AP and damage of weapons. Weapons are either sort of strength 3, 4, 5 or 9, 10, 12. And that feels kind of like all it is. AP is mostly 1 or 2. If it's -3 or 4, that's like a real rarity. Damage is mostly 2, sometimes 1, almost never 3. And then, you know, probably more common is like D6 or D6 plus something. So it feels, again, Custodians, looking at their stat lines, it's all, like strength 5, -1 or 2 damage. AP, and then it's either 1 or 2 damage. It's all a bit samey. There's almost not enough differential to make each weapon feel unique. It's, do I want 2 extra attacks, but I lose a pip of AP or a point of damage, or I'm taking the extra AP or an extra damage, but it's not like, oh, I'm doing flat 3 damage now. Cool, right? I know this will kill Terminators, for example. Or something of that equivalent. It feels like weapons have become a bit nondescript and a bit boring in comparison, unless you get the big heavy hitter like anti-tank weapons and stuff like that. And even quite often you look at them and you be like, oh, cool, but it's one shot. Not actual one shot. I mean, it's literally just one attack. Let's say it's like the Vanquisher, brilliant gun. Used to do 2 shots in the last one, and it had rerolls baked in to make it more guaranteed a hit. But quite often you'll be like, okay, it's one shot. Yeah, it might be strength 14, and I might be wounding most things on 3s or maybe 2s if I'm lucky, and it might be -4. But you probably have an invuln save, and it might be D6 +6, but that's still not enough to keep one shot anything. But I'm like, cool, I'm a guardsman, so I'm probably hitting on 4s, right? So I've got a 50-50 shot every turn of maybe killing something. And that was very much like what 7th edition was like with vehicles. But, I don't know. There's almost like just getting used to it, whereas 9th edition had a brief glory moment where it was like, cool, I'm hitting maybe on 3s, with an order, but I'm getting a reroll, or it's automatically got a reroll wound rolls against tanks baked in, right? And it just doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah.
So a lot of the anti-tank stuff, unless it almost feels like las cannons are the only things worth taking half the time nowadays, at least in the context of Space Marines and Guards.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting, though, isn't it, right? Because you raised an interesting point there when you talked about stat lines. I definitely think ever since 8th edition got going, like, the stat line became so less relevant to you. Like, I accept that obviously having a good stat line is meaningful in this game, but obviously, like, the durability is either through the roof because you're a vehicle or it's insignificant because you're infantry. Okay, fair enough. There's elite infantry like Terminators that have good levels of durability baked into them still now, but like it definitely felt like in older editions you would look at those stat lines more and pay attention to them, because for infantry being toughness 5 in older 3rd through 7th edition games was really meaningful. Like it actually had a really powerful impact on the game, because again, even by 7th edition, although in 7th edition they did kind of muck it up for all the reasons we talked about previously, but well, one of 7th edition's biggest problems was the prevalence of strength 6. Like basically they handed out strength 6 like it was a sweet, and everyone had it, and it was too strong.
Yes, because it was that sweet spot of the way AP against like tanks used to work.
Yeah.
Not AP, just for against damaging tanks is you roll a dice plus your strength, and most vehicles had a toughness or armor value of like 10, but quite often up to 12. 14 was like Land Raiders style durable. So, 6, you can start glancing hits because it was glancing and penetrating.
Well, if you remember, Phil, like a Predator was like 13, 11, 10. So 13 on the front, 11 on the sides.
Yeah, it got weaker on the back and sides.
And even your Lehman Russes, I mean, if I remember correctly, I think they were 14, 12, 11 or something, weren't they?
Yes, and then one version, I think the Demolisher one was slightly higher. I think all the others went 14, 12, 10, but that went 14, 12, 11 or something.
Yeah, one of them definitely.
But one of them was weaker on the back.
Yeah. But that was always the thing, though, right? It was always like, because again, so it was always an interesting game of trying to just get on the side armor. But obviously, not only did everything have toughness 6, or strength 6, but also they had loads of options for basically getting around the back of you. So it was always like, oh God, like, here's all my elder jet bikes with scatter lasers. And it's like, oh, great, this is fun. But yeah, like I think that's the funny thing, right? You're either super durable or you're undurable. Whereas it used to feel like that stuff, you used to pay attention to it. Like having a free up armor save once upon a time in the older systems was pretty meaningful until GW put way too much AP free in it. And then, I don't know, there used to be like, you used to spend more time getting excited by the stat line. Whereas now, you're right, Phil, the first thing I read is the ability. I'm like, what's it got?
Because if you think about it, like for like captain or character, you almost don't care how good they are, what they're armed with, what equipment they've got. It's what ability will this buff a unit when I add it to a unit, which isn't bad. Like I do like the idea that I sort of like the concept of leaders joining units and giving them benefits, but almost it feels like it's just overriding a character being cool in and of itself. Like I do want characters to be pretty cool, be like, okay, cool, he's going to go up and smash a tank with his fist, or he's going to be able to kill loads of guardsmen with his swords or something. And I'm sure that a lot of them can do that, but yeah, most of the time you just be like, oh, -1, 2 damage. Oh, right, okay, I'll kill a couple of Space Marines, I guess. And that's about it with them. But I mean, maybe that's because I'm looking at specifically like Custodes or Guard or something. Whereas if also in Space Marines, whereas if you maybe looked at Necron and Eldar and Tyranids, you'll have a vastly different close combat profiles and stuff. So I'm looking at through that viewfinder, view lens of how I'm the prism of how I'm looking at these data sheets is admittedly mostly through three different factions when there's tons of different factions out there.
Yeah, But that's it. Like, I think, ultimately everyone's blinkered in their perspective to a degree, right? Like, we're never going to be able to holistically look at everything. I mean,
no, there's so many, right?
Yeah, I mean, I play a lot of different armies, right? But even me, I'm like, good lord. I mean, again, I've comprehensively read the Drakari rules. I think Drakari is super interesting. I don't think they will ever hang, or at least in the current setup, they're not going to hang at the top of it unless I'm missing something, which is obviously possible. But, they've got some interesting mechanics. There's some fun stuff in there. It's just interesting that, like, some armies just missed out entirely on fun things. And, I think that's the funniest part of it. It's like, there's no excuse for Death Guard being bad because it only hurts Games Workshop's business. It's like everything should have been good. And everything should have been OP. And maybe that's the thing, though. Maybe that's the problem with it. Maybe the problem that we've got is for Death Guard is that they could have been strong if everything else was balanced accordingly, but stuff just went too far in other places. And I don't know. I think I'm really intrigued to see what's coming around the corner for this game, because at the moment, I don't know. Like, it's really interesting because the energy around it. It's like, here's the thing, right? Like, we've talked a lot about the competitive community's response to it and offered a few perspectives on why we feel like maybe they're coming at it the wrong way. But equally, we can't dismiss how they feel, because 9th edition meant a lot to these people. And even though maybe we're more excited about the prospect of that changing, they're clearly not. And I think it is a shame that people maybe are having a negative experience with it. But I think the bigger shame is the impact that these vocal individuals have on the general feel around the game on the whole. Because ultimately, if our community is just filled with negative, like, commentary and disappointment and sadness, as it were, it kind of really takes away from the joy of the game and what it is that a lot of us do it for, which is a social,
It's meant to be fun.
Yeah, exactly, right? And it's sad at the moment because I was excited about a celebration of a new edition. 8th edition was exciting because of, the fact that it was new, and I think things were pretty good. 9th edition, although there was a lot of very specific discourse around it online, was exciting because we were all still basically locked down. So it was something that we could obsess over, and it was a collective community thing that brought us together during a difficult time for a lot of us. And that was exciting. But it's weird now. 10th edition, whether anyone meant for this to happen or not, the way that we are talking about it at the minute is, I think, damaging because of the fact that it is just sort of sapping people of their enthusiasm around the game. And there's this sense of kind of like frustration in the community where it's like, I really ran out of steam with 9th edition. I was so excited for 10th because I was so excited to get re-engaged, but now I'm just discovering that it's not that good because such and such are people on the internet saying it's bad. And now I'm just thinking, what do I do now? Like, do I just give up? Do I stop doing the hobby? Do I I don't know, get into model trains or electrics or
Napoleonic stand. That's
exactly
the way.
Is it finally time to play bolt action? You know what I'm saying? Though it's like it's.
But you're right. Yeah, but I think people in that position, I think they just need to try and drown out that noise and actually just play the game for itself. I think overall, I've seen lots of people do like little polls or talk about it, and I think mostly the casual players, let's say, are quite excited about the game and have been enjoying it. Or at least I enjoyed my 2 games I've had with you. I definitely want to play some more to try and get my head around it. Yeah, there's aspects of it I really don't like, things like Forge World. The app was a bit disappointing, but it works, so that's cool. I haven't played the mission deck cards, which I want to see what they're like. I'm happy about certain units or certain armies, but that's sort of nitpicking, right? I think it's in part, lots of people hold Games Workshop to a really high standard.
As they should.
They're like the number 1 tabletop miniatures company in the world, so they should, in theory, knock this out of the park. They make, everyone goes on about how much profit they make. They're a big multi-million-dollar company, right? They said they had at least, I think, Stu Black said that they worked on this for 2 years. If I'm honest, it felt like from initial conception to printer manufacture was 2 years, but the design and development of the game was probably like 6 months or something. It doesn't feel like they've spent 2 years refining it as a polished product.
I don't think 2 years is nearly long enough either, though.
No, I know.
2 years is like, you put that out as a figure. It's like, come on, guys! Like, really?
Felt like you could have worked on it for twice that to get it to the level that it really should be at. It should be like pristinely great, maybe with a few like errors here and there, but not many in the ideal world. And maybe that's just all of us being perfectionists. I think there's, on the other half, clickbait titles and stirring up controversy for views, because I know lots of channels do that, or are aware that clickbaity titles will get them more listeners. Maybe we have a clickbaity title for this one.
I doubt it,
because that's not really what we do, even though we constantly joke about it. I remember also, if you allow me a chance to ramble on, I remember one time we went to a Warhammer World event. We met some random person there. Don't remember who they were. They made out that they were a big stock and shareholder of Games Workshop and got to join their, the shareholder meetings that happen behind the scenes. And this person could be telling me the absolute truth. He could be a complete loony nutcase. Who knows? But he was like, "Oh,
I don't think he was a complete loony nutcase. I think he was just one of those guys that
enthusiastic about
needed to
telling
feel
people.
Important."
And that may be the case, but what he was saying was like, they claimed, Games Workshop claimed that they were going to do 10 years of 10th edition. That was their like mission statement, that it was an edition that was going to last for 10 years. And as a concept, I thought that was absolutely fantastic. That clearly isn't the case, or if it is, that's a very much like an internal memo to themselves. But it felt like you have not polished this enough to make it last for 10 years, unless it's something that you're going to slowly grow into a more refined game. But and I would have loved it if they did that, because I think one of the fatigues of the game is just the constant release cycle of the editions as well, especially with 9th. And then going into 10th, and, people like Guard players and World E2 players being very frustrated about their codexes instantly being invalidated and stuff like that. So as a concept, I would have liked to have seen a really refined game out the gate that was very polished, that could stand the test of time to last at least more than 5 years, right? And I think also, in addition, I think the marketing of the game was done wrong. Things like where they said there's less rerolls in the game, but then Oaths of Moment at least, and lots of faction rules have tons of rerolls in the game. And it's like, what you were trying to pitch to us isn't actually the game that was made. And I felt like stuff like that has also led to people being angry or people being disappointed in the game, even though the game itself might be fun and interesting, but it's not what we were told it was going to be.
Yeah, look, I think at the end of the day, like, I'm always intrigued by what that community team are given to work with from a kind of comms perspective, because maybe they're just being told the clip notes are being asked to go away and kind of build hype around it, and they're given like the kind of mission statement. Stu Black turns up and he goes, "These are the core things, right? This is what we've gone for."
Yes, but they've not shown them the game or allowed them to play it, so they are kind of guessing at stuff.
In all likelihood, and I don't want to sort of cast aspersions, but in all likelihood, the person running that community channel doesn't even know the rules anyway, or wouldn't even understand. It's like, whatever, the game. Whatever, like, just tell me what I got to say, and that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm fairly confident that the person running Games Workshop's Warhammer community will be a gamer to some degree, but whether they're gamers like how you and I are gamers is a whole different story. But I think this is it, right? I think they ultimately have to build hype. They have to create excitement. But it's difficult when they deliver a product like this for it to kind of deliver on that excitement and hype. And I think that's the thing. Without being negative, I can understand why there is some disappointment in the community now, because it is different and it is changed, and people obviously, don't always respond super positively to that. But I think where I'm at with the game at the moment is, sincerely, I'm willing to give it a chance. I'm going to continue to play it. I'm going to continue to invest in it. I'm too far down the rabbit hole now to stop playing 40K. But I will say that I'm definitely open to, or have been opened up to, other systems this year, and that I am looking now at my Horus Heresy collection. I'm looking at my Age of Sigmar collection. I'm going, cool, maybe I'm not just a 40K player anymore. Maybe I'm not, because for the longest time, I've just mainlined 40K. That's all I've ever done. Like, I've never really ever diversified beyond the odd game of Blood Bowl or the odd game of Gorka Morka back in the day. You know what I mean? Like, like this has always been 40K for me. That's been the thing I've been invested in. But now I feel like maybe I'm getting to a point where it's not that I'm letting go of it, but it's more that I'm allowing other things in. And I think, 40K definitely feels like it has less of a hold on me at the minute as like the one and only game system that I want to engage with. I think it's going to still be my number one for a while.
Oh, yeah.
But there's definitely more room in my life for other systems now. And I'm excited about the prospect of that as well, because, as I say, like, I think 40K is a great game with a great lineage, and it's been really important to me, and it continues to be so. So I want to continue to support it. But I think, I've got to kind of be. I think I'm happy to just sort of go along for the ride at the moment and see what Games Workshop does. But I feel like Stu Black in particular really needs to sort of step his game up and knock this thing out of the park over the next 6 months, because quite honestly, like, I struggle to understand what the dude is doing sometimes. Like, I'm just like, it's that thing where I'm like, are you really like doing things that are making this better, or are you just kind of, but then equally I wonder about his circumstances. It feels like he's just kind of up against it himself. It's like, I mean, if anyone told you and I, like, imagine you, Phil, were heading up a team of rules writers, and you basically are like, right, what I need you to do is continue juggling releasing codexes for our current system and campaign books and chapter approved, and continue to evaluate the points and continue to doing FAQs, etc. But while you're doing that, I also need you to come up with a whole new rule set. And it has to be a whole new rule set, because that's what we've been told we have to do. So we have to basically like kill off all the old stuff and start again, because that's what the bosses are telling us to do. So it's like, it is hard, right? Like, it is hard. But the thing is like, a company like Games Workshop should be better resourced to deliver better results. And, we as consumers should expect more from them. But equally, we do also get what we deserve, because we buy it regardless, right? Like, this is the thing. It's like Games Workshop continues to make more and more money than they've ever made before, because we keep buying all this stuff, right? I mean, I just looked on eBay at Aeldari support weapons, and, people are flogging that what should be, if you buy it from Games Workshop officially, £17 kit for like 30 quid on the internet, right? So again, this is a representation of what happens with this stuff. It's like, okay, cool. Like, we're not kind of thinking objectively or going, maybe we wait for this, or maybe we try and kind of vote with our wallets and not support this. The support weapons, which are notably very strong within the new Elder rules, have all sold out online. And if you want them, you've got to pay a premium for them.
I think even though we try and say, buy what you like, think of a theme for your army, stick with it, whether it's good or bad, people can't help just look at a unit and be like, oh, wow, right, that's cool. Something being strong just inherently makes you like it. And therefore you can go from, oh, I don't even like the look of that model, to over time going, oh, I've given it a second thought. I actually really like it now. And as I said earlier, a bunch of stuff is sold out, and that's because it's not just meta chasers, right? I think they're just, even casual players will look at a unit and go, oh, that seems cool. It can do this for my army. That seems strong. I would like to add that to my army.
Oh, totally.
And it's not people... Yeah, I don't know, because I think even us, we are susceptible to it, and I would say we're not necessarily meta chasers or power gamers, but everyone will do that, and as you say, it creates a sort of vicious circle where Games Workshop's always incentivized to create strong rules or strong models, because inherently will sell. Whether or not that's actually ever a design philosophy for them, but it's a natural byproduct of when they make something imbalanced and too good. So that's always the case. In terms of how I feel about the rules, I mean, I'm keen to do more games. I feel like I'm just at this the sticky start of every edition where there's like a reset where you feel a bit like you're drowning because you don't understand how the army works, especially because I've not hugely looked at the Guard army, but it's my only playable army in terms of 1,750 points and above. So I do need to start looking at it and going, what are the synergies? How does this army operate? And there's a learning curve to that just from reading all the data sheets, and there's a lot. And then there's a learning curve of you've got to get the reps in, right, to actually play the game and understand how the army works, and also the game, how that works, because that's now all changed as well. So I feel like I need to get at least 5 to 10 games in, and then that's when you kind of become comfortable with an edition. I always find, I remember we had a similar issue with 8th edition. First few games were a real struggle, even if they were still fun, but it's a real learning curve. So you've got to get through that initial learning curve to then start going, okay, cool, I know how the game works. I'm not constantly checking the rules to work out what ruins do or as a universal special rule does. And then you can start learning your army, and then from there you get a handle of that. So I'm looking forward to doing that. But at the same time, I'm not a huge gamer. You've done loads more already. I'm much more of a hobbyist. So I'm just looking at it as like, what army am I doing for 10th edition? What kind of cool conversions can I do? And, is it changing my mind about what I'm building? Probably not really. Maybe for some stuff it will down the line. When
I'll put a few more special weapons in those squads.
I mean, maybe, yeah. In theory, if I was to do Guard really well, I would have to, I convert up sort of more special weapons to go into units. Whether or not medics end up in the Krieg, because there's a thing where in the printed data sheet in the PDF, it mentions on the war gear they can have medipacks, which are to return D3 models to squad, I think, in command phase. But then that's not referenced at all in the 40K app, and also in the original printed material. It says it's a war gear ability, but isn't ever a war gear choice, which is a bit of a weird mistake. And then we get into this odd situation of what's correct, the PDF or the app, because the app actually says different things. And I have noticed a few places where there have been differences between the two, where people have pointed out strengths of weapons or points costs differ between the two sources. And then you go, which is correct? One is possibly like a typo, for example, or a copy and paste error, and stuff like that. So that does happen. But yeah, I mean, I want to play more games, but yeah, my Thunder Warriors army is hopefully also a Horus Heresy army, right? So that can cross the systems. AOS I've been really loving. That seems really nice and fine. Segue. A lot of my Krieg units are sort of going or have gone to Legends. So obviously that's a bit sad. And that does make me a bit jaded about my Guard army. But that's been a constant slow trickle effect over the last few years anyway. But then, I look at AOS and it's like all of those models are going to be supported indefinitely for at least 10 plus years, right? I can't see any of my Nighthaunt models that I've just bought disappearing or not getting rules anytime soon. Whereas with my less so with Space Marines, because obviously I've got Space Marines and my Thunder Warrior conversions, which are custodies, which are plastic kits. So in theory, they're getting all supported. But with my Guard army, that's the thing. It's like half my stuff's Forge World. Next edition, some of this might go to Legends. So do I want to play it now while I still can, or am I just, part of me is just like, I'm less fussed about playing it in general because of that situation, which is, I know a lot of people are in that sort of similar sort of feel bad about Forge World in terms of how it's been treated at the start of an edition.
Yeah, I think the things that have happened to Forge World have been pretty bad. It's interesting, man. I thought it was going to be worse. I had been working on the assumption based on what they had already released and said that they were removing. I think I was expecting more to be removed. Like, I was surprised when, a number of elder units that I was pretty confident were going to be moving into Legends managed to make their way into, the actual...
Because you're elder. That's why.
Well, exactly, right. And I think that is potentially true. But I think in more likelihood, I think probably what happened is that, they put out the information that they were going to basically stop you from using heresy stuff in 40K, and they had enough backlash that I think that had it not been for the fan backlash to that decision, I think it could have been worse. I think we probably could have seen more units being removed, but I think they had no choice but to course correct. Because I think it was always really interesting that they were very specific about Horus Heresy and Custodes and what was and wasn't making its way over. And it felt like to me that I bet that, there's more of this to come. But, I could just be wrong about that. I mean, obviously, I'm only speculating, but I think that might be one of those instances where our kind of community response has kind of driven a positive change.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, although obviously for the Space Marine players, they've already taken the hit, right? So it's a shame for those guys because they're, I mean, it's a shame for me, right? Like, I've got at least 3 Leviathan Dreadnoughts that I can't run anymore now. At least in competitive armies. Obviously, I use them in Heresy, but yeah, I've got Leviathan Dreads that I just can't use anymore because I can't.
Well,
So,
did you want to transition into a Forge World specific segment then?
Sure, why not? If you feel like that is segment worthy, then we will move over to talking about that specifically. Yeah, that whole segment, by the way, Phil, just to say before I do the transitional noise, I feel like it was sort of like, it was just a lot of just general thoughts rolled up into one. I feel like we probably should film like or record an extra bit of intro where we say, look, I think, this is just this is just us having a chat. Do you reckon you're
yeah, that's true.
Well, someone will have heard, if we did that, you will have heard it already. For now, transitional noise. All right, and Phil, you wanted to talk about Forge World. What do you want to talk about?
But basically, the muck-up of Forge World.
The muck-up of Forge World.
What have they done to my beautiful Krieg army?
What have they done to your beautiful Krieg army, Phil? Because, from my perspective as a Craftworld player, everything's gravy.
Of course it is, because you're elder.
Exactly. Or as a Adeptus Custodes player. I'm not one anymore. I sold that army to Tom. But nonetheless,
true.
They're okay. So what are you complaining about, you old fusspot?
I know. So, bit of context. They announced the Legends units for Forge World a while ago, and that was predominantly, I think, just discontinued models that Games Workshop or Forge World don't sell anymore. So it was a bunch of Badab War characters for Space Marines. There was only one Guard unit that went to Legends, and that was the Vendetta gunship, because Forge World don't sell the upgrade kit for it anymore. So overall, I was like, oh, wow, we got away with it. There's nothing else we're potentially going to lose, or is there? Da, da, da. They then announced the Horus Heresy Legends, so all the Space Marine and Chaos Space Marine units that are meant to belong to the Horus Heresy time period. They're not going to be supported, and their units go to Legends. They still, to this day, haven't released points for those. Those still haven't appeared on the app, which, if they say, Legends is playable, you can still play it with your friendly games, but if it's not in the main app that you're using to look up as a rules reference or in your army builder, it's not really playable. It's a bit of a handicap. And it might be they're just not in there yet because they haven't released the points. But they then did release, weirdly, actually, they released the points first of all. So they updated the Minotaur field menu with the Forge World points, because there was a little paragraph in there that said it did include them, but it didn't, and now it did. So we could instantly see what was coming, but there was a great absence of what those units were. And I think it was either later that day or the next day they released the data sheets for all the Forge World units that aren't Legends. So there's still a whole swathe of units, data sheets to come to Legends, but we can work out or we can at least infer what units are going to become Legends based on the fact that they're not in these PDFs, right?
Understood.
Although there is a small chance that they won't even be Legends and that they will just not get rule support whatsoever.
Ooh.
I'm looking at you, the heavy weapon twin stubber team for the Krieg army, because that hasn't had rule support, I think, since not even 8th edition. So since 7th edition, it's sort of just slipped through the cracks.
I think it's reasonable to assert, Phil, if it's not had rules since 8th edition.
People have just forgotten about it. It's clearly not on the spreadsheet where people say, can you care about this? It's just fallen off, and no one ever double checks the website or reads the copious emails that I sent Forge World during 8th and 9th edition about it.
I like that you're exposing yourself in this episode of the podcast as being that customer.
I'm old enough to be that.
Is that what it is?
So
you're now becoming that person that writes in points of view or whatever it is on BBC.
Yes, I'm a concerned citizen, and I have free time to type some emails, so I very much will do.
They said poo-poo on the television, and I'm very offended, says
Exactly.
Phil from Oxford.
Exactly. Where are my Krieg engineers? Can you please let me know? So what was interesting is, so out of all the Imperial armor for the Astra Militarum stuff, weirdly they released it over 2 PDFs, which is odd because for example, the Space Marine PDF for the general index for them is way bigger, right? So it's a bit odd that they split it into 2. And initially, one of them looked like it was just the flyers, because there are quite a fair few flyers, but it's not.
I mean, you say the Space Marine one's way bigger. The Space Marine one's 4 pages, mate.
No, sorry, not. I mean the generic index data sheet.
Oh, I see
so
what
the
you're
Games
saying.
Workshop
Yes.
ones is like, it was 200 odd pages.
Yeah,
long
that's
or
fair.
something ridiculous. So that is way bigger. So it's not like size reasons wise. There's a few odd things as well. So the clearly whoever gave the template of the data sheets to Forge World gave them a very old one because stuff's in the wrong place. So for example, the invulnerable save is below the save on the datasheet at the top. It's not down in the bottom right hand corner under abilities, which is where it is in the normal Games Workshop ones.
That's aligned with that aligns with the combat patrol layout. So they obviously, because the combat patrol layout is like that.
Yeah, and then also I noticed that if a unit degrades because it's a vehicle, right, it will have a little skull symbol under the wounds characteristic.
Which is also combat patrol, yeah.
Oh, is it? So someone gave them the combat patrol and go, here you go.
Yeah.
And I sort of believe that could have been the original 1440K as well.
Probably.
But then at some point they changed their minds and then didn't tell the Forge World people, so it just sort of looks a bit odd that it's not consistent. But that's a minor quibble. There's no real images on any of these.
No image. You can't have images, Phil,
because that's too much effort to crop out stuff. I guess, even though most programs like Photoshop can automate.
Why don't you, Phil? Why don't
to an
you
extent
add some images? You've got Photoshop skills.
I could, but I can't add those images to the app, right? I can add it to the PDF if I wanted to and print those out for myself.
You could manufacture a load of properly scaled stickers, and then every time you're looking at it, you could put the sticker on your screen.
Yes, that would be great. Yeah, that would be very cool.
Maybe magnets. I hear phones enjoy having magnets put on them.
Yeah, so for the most part, if you know your army inside out, it doesn't matter. Visually in the app, it looks a bit rubbish because you just see some generic holding images. When I was trying to learn when I was trying to look at the rules for Custodes, because I'm like my Thunder Warrior project, let's see what Forge World things I could take, because ultimately I'd like that to be a Horus Heresy army as well, and Horus Heresy predominantly uses the Forge World Custodes, not the Games Workshop ones, right? So I was like, what could I make work for both? And I'm constantly going, I don't know what this unit is. I don't know what it looks like. Let's have a Google, copy and paste this title to actually see an image of it and go, okay, right, it's that. And eventually I'm slowly learning it, but it's a real barrier to entry for someone that doesn't know what these things are. Even on, when I watched one of the Art of War videos, they were talking about the Crassus armored assault transport. He thought it was the Gorgon transport, the way he described it, because he said, oh, it's our D-Day lander and it's open topped. And it's like, you as a very competitive, knowledgeable player are actually getting this wrong because you can't see the image. How are you expected to someone who barely knows the game, was, this is their first edition of it, to get it right? So it's just all these little niggly things that are just a bit of a disappointment. I mean, you're not supporting Forge World very well at all, despite, and we can talk about like the rules for them being maybe not as good as some of the Games Workshop ones, or the points are too much or whatever. So what do we have? We've got, as you say, Custodes and Imperial Knights. They've got 100% support for their armies. None of those are in Legends. They said that from the onset. Weirdly, in one of the community articles, they implied that they were going to come at a later date, and they were going to come in an Imperial Armor update, which sort of implied that they were going to be paid for in a book. But it's good that those rules have appeared for free at the same time as everyone else. Okay, now let's get on the rant of stuff that's missing. Well, in fact, I've pre-prepared a list that I made of stuff that I notice that is disappeared and gone to Legends. And I think that the worst thing about it is stuff that has gone to Legends is still sold on Forge World. Before, historically, the rule was always, if we no longer sell it by the time a new edition comes around, it would move to Legends. You would still get rules and it would still be playable under the Legends category, but it won't be suitable for competitive play. And that felt very logical, and you could, while disappointing, you could get behind it. And I feel like a lot of the outrage around the Horus Heresy Legends is it's not that they don't sell it. They sell all of this stuff. Yeah. They have been selling it. And what's even worse is it's all gone to plastic predominantly. So it's like there's even less of a reason to discontinue this stuff or to make it Legends. And a lot of the stuff that's now gone to Legends under the resin sort of side is stuff they still sell. They're still quite popular units. So like for Tyranids, the Dimachairon has gone, which is probably the most popular unit out of the Forge World range for Tyranid players. It was wildly popular in 9th edition because it was really good. A lot of Tyranid players have had one, maybe even two. And it's a shame that people have gone out of their way to save up money to build and paint these great looking models, and then being told for no reason at all they've just been moved to Legends, and we don't really know why, other than I just assume they don't like Forge World anymore. Like that feels generally my takeaway from it, basically.
That's fair. I think that's probably, well, I don't know, maybe it was odd choice, but maybe it just didn't suit the aesthetic of the new NID range refresh that they were going for. Or maybe there's a plastic one coming.
Well, that would be great. And here's the thing. I doubt that's going to be the case, because then why drop support for that unit unless the plastic version is
because it's round the corner and
weapon load. But like out of all, because it's not just that, it's like loads of stuff's gone, loads of stuff for guards gone, loads of stuff for chaos is gone. Like
Chaos
all of these stuff coming. Like chaos, I think is probably one of the worst hit out of all of them, but I obviously
well, I mean, for context, Chaos have nothing.
Yes, well, I know things like they don't have. Well, yeah. So when they did the Horus Heresy lot, one of the biggest shames was a lot of the actual 40k models for Chaos have been moved to Legends because they've said it's a Horus Heresy model when they're not at all Horus Heresy models.
Yeah, they're Chaos.
They were literally built for 40k. They're Chaos 40k models, not Horus Heresy. They might potentially be viable as a very late era Siege of Terror, possibly, but I don't think that is sort of the case, and that's not how they've ever been sold as.
No.
So it feels very disingenuous to shift some of this stuff off to Horus Heresy land.
So Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Demons, Death Guard, Thousand Suns, World Eaters all have no support from Forge World anymore. The only Chaos stuff you can get from Forge World now is Chaos Knights. And that's it. Like, everything else is gone.
Yeah.
Everything.
That's because they're supporting Knights and Custodians, right?
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
sort of like their special...
But they've
the golden egg, I guess.
Yeah, but they've gotten rid of everything Chaos, all the demons, all of the special units. They were really beautiful World Eater Terminator kits, and a special World Eater's character that was all part of the Forge World range. All gone. It's just gone. And then obviously factor in the fact that all those Heresy units are gone, the Blight drones, the... I forget the name of them, but the demon engines, etc. Like, yeah.
Oh, like Brass Scorpion.
My God.
Decimators.
Decimators.
And then also like it was not Hellfighters, but something like that. The Chaos Fighters, Chaos Drop Pods. All of that's gone.
The Dreadclaw, yeah. I mean, it's just, in all sincerity, it's an absolute, shame that happened to Chaos. And you know why I think it happened to Chaos and why it happened to Space Marines as well? Because, I mean, Space Marines now as well are just limited to two things. You can have a Thunderhawk gunship and you can have a what's it called now? I'm just loading up. An Astraeus.
Astraeus, yeah. Because that was a specifically, new... Part of me is like, is it just new kits? So the Astraeus is new, the Thunderhawk gunship, they redid that, so that's new.
Yeah, I get that.
But then, obviously, the Horus Heresy stuff's all gone to plastic on that. They say it's to do with an ease of balance, but it's like...
But the Thunderhawk gunship is a flipping Horus Heresy model. Like, the Thunderhawk gunship, there's no doubt when you buy that kit that was made for Horus Heresy. It's filled with Mark III Space Marines.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's a Heresy kit through and through.
I assumed it was just something that was very much either 40k, because I think obviously the very first one was 40k because it predates Heresy, but it could be for either. It's one of those ones that straddle. The same like with Titans, right? So Titans are still supported with their rules, and they could be for 40k, but they could be for Horus Heresy. But as you say, yeah, maybe things like the Warlord Titan is about in part because people like to do ginormous games of Horus Heresy. So that's sort of why it's more of a Horus Heresy kit necessarily than a 40k kit, but it can work perfectly fine for both because they're sort of ageless model and armies.
I'll retract my statement. Yeah, the crew inside of the Thunderhawk gunship are modern firstborn Space Marines. So it's a tech marine and a regular firstborn pilot type Space Marine armor.
Ooh.
So I retract my statement there. That is a false truth.
I remember when we went through the Cogs of Vastor Armies of Renown, and I was like, oh my God, this is fantastic. Mm. I don't want to say seriously tempted, but I was very tempted to be like, oh my God, it's finally my excuse to buy all of the Chaos Forge World units, the Brass Scorpions, the Decimators, all the little gribbly things that they did. Because I was like, oh, this would be fantastic because all of those things were like demon engines, so fell under what you could take for it. But I'm pretty sure even then we were like, but they just might all go to Legends at some point. And I think I do know of people that have bought them. And I know at least one person that did a Cogs of Vashtor army, and it's like, great, that person got couple of months out of that army, even if they managed to build and paint it all in time.
Yeah, which they won't have.
No, exactly. And it's just like, that's really disappointing that they've sort of sold people stuff. And I think it's generally like consumer practice, right? If you sell somebody something as a model, you should, it's almost like a promise to this model should be supported for X amount of time, rules-wise, afterwards. Whether that's 6 months, whether it's a year, whether it's ideally it's for at least the edition that you're playing in, or the edition +1. Right? That would be perfect. Because then afterwards, if a model stops being sold, yes, should they be supporting units that are 20 years old that you can no longer buy? No. But wouldn't it be great if they did, and that everything has Legends rules? But the problem is, and we don't know yet because they haven't released the final Legends, is will the stuff that went to Legends last edition still get Legends rules this time, or will they be like, no, we're just not supporting those anymore, but the stuff that is newly discontinued or now in Legends that we've shifted over, that will be supported, but it will only get support for this one edition, and then afterwards, come 11th edition, there won't be any rules for it, and that will be I think that's exactly what they'll do. I don't think you'll get rules for engineers. I don't think you'll get rules for your Gorgon. I think it's all gone, mate. Quite possibly. So I'll tell you the stuff that I've noticed that's gone to Legends so far, and a lot of them they still sell on the website. So Thunderer tanks, although they don't sell that one anymore, I've noticed, but I think that's quite a recent one. So Thunderer tanks, Death Korps engineers, which they still sell, the Hades drill that comes with it, and literally those two models were designed for each other as part of Siege of Vrax. The Hades drill is still playable.
Yes,
it's still got support, but now you can transport with it any infantry unit, which is quite mad because some things like artillery pieces get the infantry keyword. Isn't that fun? Here you go, Dan. Here's a basilisk carriage with my Hades drill. So there's weird madness that you can do with that. So it's a real shame that the engineers are gone. They're a massive, like, key iconic unit for the Krieg.
No, totally.
They still sell them on the website.
Yeah.
There's the heavy stubber team, which as far as I'm aware, they still sell. But that hasn't ever had rule support since 7th edition. The Death Rider Command Squad, which has never been a model, but was given rules in 8th and 9th edition. That's disappeared. The Arvus Lighter, the Vendetta gunship, which we sort of already talked about, the quad launcher and the heavy mortar, they've gone. I guess the one saving grace with those two is you could probably quite easily proxy them as the Malleus launcher and the sort of mini basilisk field ordnance gun, although the base sizes are wrong, but I'm a bit like, I'm not bothered about rebasing them, I'll just play them as it is. The Minotaur tank, which is the twin like basilisk cannon artillery piece, that's gone. The Gorgon transport, that's not there, even though they still sell it, and they still sell it under the 40k line, even though that went to weirdly Legends last edition, even though it was something they still sold. The Armageddon pattern Medusa, which is like the enclosed artillery tank version of the Medusa, that's gone, as has the Armageddon pattern Basilisk. That's gone. I own 2 of them, the Medusas. I own 2 of the quad launchers and heavy mortars. And I obviously own several squads of engineers and kind of a command squad of Death Riders, because that's how I was on it. Also, the Valkyrie Sky Talon, that went to Legends, but weirdly they still sell. Even though that's a unit specifically designed for the Elysians that went to the sky many, many years ago, because it used to transport their, I want to say it's like a Torox, it was something like that. It was like their little buggies that they had. So those are all the units that I've noticed that have gone to Legends. There might be more. I did notice, though, what does get support is the Caradon tank, which is a specifically Horus Heresy 30k tank. It's part of a Solar Auxiliary army. That's what it was designed for. It then weirdly got support, I think, in either the end of 8th it appeared, but definitely in 9th edition it just got rules, and we were like, oh, this is odd. Okay, it became a thing. And then it has now still got support, even though it's actually a Horus Heresy army. That just reminded me, I'm pretty sure another one that's gone to Legends is I want to say it's the Storm Lord, but it's not. It's the Horus Heresy specific super heavy tank that has the like 3 I think it's got like an array of 2 turrets and 3 side sponsons that can all be las cannons or something crazy. That got 40k rules in 8th edition, and then come 9th edition that went to Legends, and I don't think that was in there as well, so that's also gone to Legends as well. So there's a vast swathe of stuff that people might have bought very recently that has now gone to Legends, and lots of people will say, but it's still playable, right? You can still do it with your casual games. Not really if it's not in that app. So if it comes to the app, great. If it doesn't, it's like a real kick in the teeth and the final nail in the coffin for people wanting to play Legends, even though lots of people don't play Legends.
Yeah, no, for sure, mate. And look, I understand, right? You're a unique individual who is impacted more by this than some or most. You've obviously been collecting Forge World for a long time. I have been impacted by it, right? Like, I mean, obviously as a Marine player, my collection of, Leviathans and Contemptors, etc., as well as my Horus Heresy stuff, is all now not usable in my Marine collection. So I do feel it. I'm very grateful that a lot of the Aeldari stuff didn't take the hit at all. I was expecting all of the Aeldari stuff to cease to be, but actually it's worked out actually okay.
I mean, grot tanks are still viable, so if I want to do my grot tank army, I could do, although I think the points for them have gone down so much, it's like, oh my god, it would be like a 500-point army from what was in, I think, 7th edition, like a 2,000 or 1,500-point
Incredible.
army. It'd be mad. But yeah, that's still viable. Loads of, Necrons have got their Tombstalkers and stuff like that. Although I think the Bomber, that did go to Legends because they don't sell it anymore. Even my Minotaurs, right? My relatively new army, I built 2 Relic Contemptors. I spent a lot of last year building, well, maybe even the year before building them, but painting them last year, definitely, with all the weapon options. So I had the missiles on the top, I had twin las cannons, Volkites, multi-melters, and a few different fist options, and chain fists were my most favourite thing, because 1, they were very good, and 2, they had stripes on them, so they were really cool. So now I can still run it as a standard Contemptor. I obviously lose the missiles. I've got Keras Pattern Assault Cannons as well, so I could run it with Keras Pattern Assault Cannons or the multi-melters as a generic one, and I could swap it out with fists because I'd magnetize those, or I could run it as a chain fist for show, but it's not a chain fist in actuality. So yeah, even an army that should be almost like untouched by Forge World still, unfortunately, has been hit slightly to an extent as well.
Yeah. It's funny, actually, I was just taking the opportunity to catch up on some of these Aeldari rules for some of these Forge World units. And I mean, obviously, you were saying some of the rules are a bit underpowered for some of the Imperium stuff that's moved over. I mean, I can't say for certain because I've not played it, but it seems like the Aeldari don't have that same problem.
Yeah, let me see if I can look it up, because there was one it's a very odd, and is actually probably worth talking about if I can find it, because it's just very odd.
What is it, Phil?
So it's the Cyclops, not Cyclops, because actually the Cyclops is awful now. It went from It's a cute little tiny tank. It walks around and then it explodes. It used to be about 50 points. And when it exploded, it hit everything within 6 inches. Or actually, it was a D6 dice roll. It hit everything within that D6 dice roll for like a bunch of damage. It was like the equivalent of like a las cannon or souped up las cannon. So it would do lots of damage. But now it's 25 points, so it's dirt cheap. It automatically explodes as soon as someone, I think, moves within 6 inches. So your opponent could effectively bait it to trigger. So it's like, oh, I've got some poxwalkers. Here you go. Okay. And I think all it does is it only damages that one unit, regardless of what else might be within range of 6 inches. So it's not doing a bunch of damage against loads of units like it used to. On a 2+, it does D3 mortal wounds. On a 6, I think it's D6 mortal wounds.
Okay, that's not too bad.
That's not too bad. It's like 25 points to do D3 mortal wounds seems pretty awful in terms of points costs and what it can do.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, maybe it should have just done a flat 3 mortal wounds.
If it was flat free within everything of 6 inches, friendly or enemies,
I think that would be too good for 25 points, mate.
Well, no, then I wouldn't mind it being more points for that. Like before, it used to be 50, and I always thought that was too expensive. I think 45 was when it was like a good place.
That was its sweet spot.
For sure.
But looking at some of these Aeldari rules, I mean, the Revenant Titan definitely stands out. 1,000.
Well, that's like a knight, isn't it? So that's always going to.
Well, I mean, it's a 1,100 point knight. So you could get 2.5 knights for this guy. Well, 2 and 2/3 of a knight army for this guy, but this guy's got toughness 13, 2 up armor save, 4 up invuln, 30 wounds. An OC of 16, and it moves 16. And then it's Sonic Lance. It's Revenant Pulse. It's an assault weapon with range 60, 6 shots. Skill free, straightforward. It's not actually that terrifying. The Phantom Titan is 2,100 points, and it's got a bomb that is D6 shots, ballistic skill free, strength 20, -4. 2d6 damage. Could you imagine?
Wow, that is pretty crazy.
And it's got devastating wounds. So you just use the strands of fate, and you go, there you go. Take 2d6 mortal wounds, assuming that I don't get a couple of those off. It's like, good lord,
that's pretty good. Pretty good. Well, you know, I can't find the thing I'm looking for, which is a Colossus. So it's either. I'm just double checking. Oh no, here it is. For a second, I was thinking, have they taken it off? So the Colossus is the biggest mortar on the back of a Lehman Russ that you could ever imagine. Like it's meant to be this huge bore artillery piece. So it's got, in terms of universal specials, it's got blast and devastating wounds. It doesn't have indirect, even though it's always had indirect before. Historically, it was effectively a mortar. It used to be about strength 6, -1 or 2 AP, ignores cover. I think it was D3 damage. So it was quite a good, like, Space Marine type killer. Now it's got, blast, devastating wounds, range of 120 inches, attacks D6, hits on 4s, strength 6, -1, but damage D6 +2.
Yeah.
So very odd. It's really high damage, and it obviously does devastating wounds. So it feels like you're going to be doing it hoping to fish for 6s to wound.
Yeah, of course.
And then you're doing D6 +2.
Yeah.
But against anything else, so let's say it's such high damage, you're like, okay, cool, I'm going to shoot at a knight with it, or I'm going to shoot another vehicle. But you're only strength 6, so you're wounding on 6s.
But those 6s are devastating.
But otherwise it's not doing anything. It's like, it just seems really weird. Like it's such. I mean, it would almost be better if it didn't have devastating wounds, but just did like, I don't know, like flat 3 damage. So, cool, I'm using this against aggressors or terminators just to kill them. Whereas now it's like, it's teasing you with, if you can roll a 6, you can do a ton of damage onto a vehicle, but that's almost never going to happen.
It might do though.
And also obviously, so the guard special rule, basically, if you stand still, you gain lethal hits. A 6 to hit auto wounds.
There you go.
But an auto wound can never be a devastating wound.
No.
So
it's still an auto wound. I mean, what's the AP on it again, sorry?
-1.
That's not terrible even.
No, well, I think when we played, we realised AP in general is pretty terrible because everything has cover, so that will be ignored automatically. So your 2-up save Redemptor's already got a 2-up save. It's going to stay as a 2-up save. Even if it was -2, you could potentially just do Armor of Contempt on it. I mean, this is a Space Marine specific thing, so you get an extra, you reduce my AP by 1. So is AP 1 and 2, I think, is very bad against vehicles. It needs to be higher, but they've almost toned stuff down a bit too much. I don't know. That was just an interesting take on that one because it just feels like a very odd. It doesn't make sense. Whereas everything else, you go, okay, this is this thing designed at vehicles. This is a thing for killing infantry. This is a thing of, do you want to be an orc? Do you want to embrace chaos and randomness? Like, that feels like a very orky thing. Yeah, if you happen to roll a 6, you'll do a ton of damage. Isn't this fun and random? That feels very much like an orc weapon profile, not a guard one, which tends to be just about consistency.
No longer, mate. No longer. Embrace the chaos.
No, that's true. I think the Hades drill was actually pretty good as well. That was quite a cool one.
Nice.
And the Avenger Strike Fighter, that one seemed half decent, so I might try running that in a couple of my games.
It sounds to me as if there are some things that you're at least moderately all right with. It's just that you're annoyed that they've obviously removed a lot of things. I think my frustration, if I could just say, with the whole situation, it's not so much the removal of stuff. It's just the complete lack of consistency and also I mean, don't get me wrong, the removal of stuff is stupid, but we've kind of ranted about this already, right? Because we knew that this was coming. And I think, sincerely, I feel like Chaos and Space Marines were wrapped up in the initial wave. I think some of the other ranges have been saved by the negative kickback to the news about the Marines and Chaos Forge World changes. I think it's plausible that maybe had the community backlash to those decisions been less so, that perchance we could have maybe seen more reductions in other ranges as well. But irrespective of that, the thing that's so stupid is the fact that, again, if this is how they're indoctrinating it, they should just put it all in one place. Like, it doesn't need, it's so weird that they've done it in this weird piecemeal approach, and that the rules for Forge World stuff are elsewhere. Okay, fair enough, they've consolidated them on the app, but it's weird in all the other, like, printed documentation, like the data cards that people might buy, that maybe these things aren't represented in them, and it's just weird. It's a weird decision, and I just feel like they could just do a much better job of communicating with us as consumers and making it easier for us to find this information and use these units, rather than making it into a kind of breadcrumb trail where it's like, oh, you need this book and this thing or this PDF. It's like, it's just like, just put it in one place. You know?
If everything, and if all the legend stuff were in the app, it's less of an issue, but it's like half the time I'm referencing a PDF and half the time I'm looking at stuff in the app. When you look through the guard list, for example, on the app, half of them now just don't have images. So it's like all the Forge World stuff, just like really blanks. It's like a little holding image. Just looks really ugly. It's like, spend a bit of effort just to put those images in. It will make your app look a lot more beautiful. It will make it a lot more visually functional for when you're trying to find stuff. But yeah, for the legend stuff isn't in there. That just also makes it a bit more tricky.
I've just noticed as well, actually, looking at the Aeldari stuff, sorry to pipe on about these guys all the time. What's interesting, actually, is they have also clearly discontinued some stuff from Craftworld Aeldari. So the Shadow Spectre Aspect Warriors are available, but the Shadow Spectre Exarch and Irilith, the Phoenix Lord of the Shadow Spectres, are no longer for sale.
Yeah, so I think they've either it has been for a while and you've not noticed, or they've just stealth sort of removed them.
Well, I still have those new in blisters, so maybe I should look at the eBay prices on them.
Yeah,
shift them.
Yeah, there's some mod choices. It feels like some of the Forge World units are like pretty good. Some of them don't seem very viable, especially when there's Games Workshop equivalents. One of them I quite like. So the Rapier Laser Destroyer Battery, which is a little quad las cannon that I've always ran because it's always been quite fun.
Yeah.
So stat wise for the gun is amazing.
Okay.
Right. So you can take them in squads of 3. 3 of them cost 90 points, so pretty cheap. It's a heavy twin-linked gun, range 26 inches, does 2 shots.
26 inches?
Sorry, 36 inches.
Oh, right, okay. I was about to say 26, like what?
Yeah, it's always been quite short, like a short-range las cannon. It
but
used
no,
to do like 4 shots.
36 still pretty good.
Yeah, hits on 5s, but it's heavy, so it can
plus
stand
1 when
still
remain stationary,
it's strength 12, minus 2 AP, D6 plus 1 damage. So I believe, and it says if it remains stationary, it gets lethal hits, which is its ability. But that's also the generic guard ability anyway.
Well,
for now,
yeah.
But would potentially have more viable use if there's other
it's feasible to assert that the Forge World rules are not getting updated beyond these cards as well.
Yeah, that's true. Interestingly, so it's got a movement of 6 inches. I'll give you the full stats. It never used to. It used to be like a 3-inch move. Toughness 4, save of 4+, 3 wounds. So they're super fragile. It's got leadership 7 of no C1. It used to be, I'm pretty sure, like toughness 5 had 6 wounds and a 3-up save. So in a world where everything has got more durable, this has arguably gone downhill.
Yeah, quite a bit.
The shooting profile is pretty good, especially when it's twin linked. So strength 12 isn't super great. You're wounding most things on 4s in terms of vehicles. 3s or 4s.
What are you talking about? That's really straight 12 is really good.
Oh yeah, but I mean the vehicle toughness goes from sort of
but you're talking about like
10
big
to
things.
14, right? Not
Imperial Knights is toughness 12.
Oh, okay. All right. So wounding them on 4s, but you're re-rolling because it's twin link. That was my point I wanted to say.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good shooting, but it's so fragile.
No, that's true.
Not very great. For comparison, so the Field Ordnance Battery, the new one, very similar size, very similar sort of structure in terms of how they're built, in terms of fragility. It's got a 4-inch move, toughness of 5, so 1 more, 4+ save again, so that's sort of standard, but 6 wounds. And it's got 2 more. It's got an OC of 2 and leadership of 7, so it's got better OC, better toughness, and double the wounds. In comparison. So that's a bit disappointing that they've given you really good anti-tank gun, but it's on this really fragile frame. The fact they can move a lot though, and it's got the infantry keyword, so it can now move through.
Oh, that's really handy.
Move through ruins and stuff.
It can be deployed with a drill.
With a Hades drill, yeah. So
there you go.
There's lots of mad fun. I mean, I was generally thinking about doing that for the lols at some point.
You should.
Stupid, right?
Just drill up some mortar teams or whatever it is, or some las cannon teams, and go nuts.
Yeah, I know. So
that's the way forwards, man.
There's definitely some of these rules are fun, and the ones that are supported, I'm like, okay, cool. I feel like I can play these. But engineers, some of my Death Riders,
the commissar,
the quad launchers and stuff, they're all like key units in my army that I've always pretty much ran in most games.
Go back and play older editions, Phil. We don't want you here.
Well, exactly. I do feel like my Krieg army, and I've said this many times, either needs to be parked or played as older editions or as a Horus Heresy army. Yeah, I still need to check out the rules for that, but I think that's a bit more supported in terms of.
Oh yeah, the militia stuff is much better supported. You'd have a much better time playing them in Horus Heresy.
And I feel like that's what it's now got to be sort of pushed.
Or dare I say, Phil, we should still just try and play a game of older editions again.
Yeah, like a 5th or 6th for sure.
5th, 6th, maybe even 7th.
Oh, The glory days.
The glory days. I don't think many people would regard it that way. But we've said it now, so we must own it. There you go. Forge World. What a load of rubbish. But at the same time, I love Forge World. I think it sprinkles a little bit more fun into the game, and I think there's always interesting options in Forge World. And as someone who owns quite a lot of it, not as much as you, obviously, Phil, but someone who definitely dabbles in collecting Forge World ranges, I'm happy with the fact that it's still being supported to some degree. But I definitely will say in closing, though, is like, unless you really, really love the miniature for the sake of the miniature, and it's something that you want for your collection as a collector and as a fan of that and what it represents. If you're buying these things because of short-term gameplay benefits, I would strongly suggest that you reevaluate that, because we know based on Games Workshop's cycle that a new edition is only 3 years away, and I imagine that what level of support that these Forge World units may have right now and may perform well in this moment, potentially, it's likely that they'll get left behind as the edition drags on, and in all likelihood will be discontinued or soon, because that is clearly what they've demonstrated to us. So I think, obviously, if you love, your Forge World miniatures, and there's something you really want because you really want it, always encourage that. But at the same time, I think if you're thinking about this because of gameplay benefits, given the level of investment, not only in money, but also in time, it takes a long time to build Forge World miniatures. I mean, good Lord, Phil spent probably the best part of a year building that Gorgon.
In part because I was also filming it for my YouTube.
Well, it did.
Slowed me down. But yeah, it took a long time to do, and I wanted to do it really well, and I painted all the inside of the enclosed cockpits and all sorts.
And what did it get you in the end, Phil? Nothing. It's gone now. Move on.
No, well, that is true. I mean, I would echo your sentiments, right? Forge World support, sadly, is only going to get worse. It's not ever going to get better, which is a shame, because Forge World used to have a really niche place in the hearts of 40k players. It always added these really interesting, unique units that the main Games Workshop range weren't looking at or delving into, and it really sort of touch those corners of 40k that made 40k actually much more interesting. I think if you look at things like Krieg or Elysians, or the Chaos and Space Marine models that they created, I would have loved it, and I would love it if those models got ported over to plastic, to the sort of mainline Games Workshop, and was supported by Games Workshop. In as much as I love the Screamer Killer, wouldn't it have been amazing if that was instead of Dimmacharon, right? There's no reason why they couldn't do it, but they just choose not to. And I feel like it's Games Workshop and Forge World are like bitter rivals as companies, even though they're effectively the same overall company, but they just don't get along for whatever reason that might be. And it's a shame, because I think early doors, some stuff did move over. The Vendetta gunship was something that was a full resin kit, and then eventually came to plastic, and that could have been a great trend instead of having the Rogel Dawn. I've said it, I hate the design of it, and I still do, even though there has been some good paint jobs of it. But it's like that could have been a Macarius tank from Forge World, which looks much more 40k, looks much more in line with the General Guard aesthetic. That's a fantastic model that people love, right? And that could have been something they gave us, but instead of redoing something old, they gave us something new, which does generally seem to be a trend with Games Workshop in general, in terms of their models versus old models that still sort of sit around within in the range. So yeah, I mean, it sort of is what it is, right? We're dealing with this weird transition period where it feels like Forge World's going to be phased out. Maybe the game in the very long run will be a much better place to not have Forge World, but we're going through this horrible place where lots of people have these models and the models aren't being supported.
Get yourself into Horus Heresy, Phil. That's what you need.
Yes, yeah, why not?
That's the place where Forge World comes to play. Anyway, there we go. That's enough of that. Transitional noise. Woo! Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to talk about the new Warhammer 40,000 app. Because regular listeners, I said listeners, I may not have sounded like it to me, but hopefully it sounded like it to you. The point is, regular listeners will have heard me and Phil be very critical of the Warhammer 40,000 app in the past. However, today is a new day, Phil. There is a new Warhammer 40,000 app in town offering a series of services more akin to the sorts of things we would want, or at least in theory. So we're going to have a little chinwag about the current state of the Warhammer 40,000 app and what we like, dislike, or are generally neutral about, I suppose.
That's true. We are. Would you like to go first for a change, Dan?
For a change? Sure, why not? No problem at all. Look, I'll say it from the outset in terms of the app. I don't hate it. I think it is...
a high bar.
Exactly. Well, compared to where we were before, I'd say so. I think, look, there's a couple of things that they've done right from the outset. They're not charging for admission straight away, at least. Yet. But they're not charging for admission straight away. So that's a win. There's a few little grammatical errors and a few little things, but then that is, true of everything that has been 10th edition up to this point, right? Like, I wouldn't say the app data sheets are any more or less wrong than what, Games Workshop have produced in the general sense. So I can't be too critical of the content in that sense. But no, look, I think overall, I've used it a bunch. Here's the thing, right? I've made a lot of army lists in it. It's a really nice reference tool. Overall for me at the minute, I'm struggling to find massive negatives. I think there are obviously some areas for improvement. I think there are, design decisions that aren't necessarily as nice, and there are some aspects of it that maybe aren't as immediately obvious. And there are definitely some quirks with the way that you construct those army lists, for example, which are a little bit...
Yeah.
But overall, again, it's a really weird thing, isn't it? The app has been really bad in the past. I suppose... Yeah, I think the bar was set so low, I suppose at this point, I'm okay with it, but I'm really keen to hear your thoughts on it because I know you had a few complaints about it. So I'd really like to hear those, and then maybe that'll spark more of a debate.
Okay, good. So I loaded it up for the first time, and I was kind of immediately disappointed. Partly because you're presented, the first thing you're presented with is a big long list of stuff. It's all the indexes for 40k and also Combat Patrol,
which is also 40K.
Which is also 40k. But if you want Combat Patrol, you don't want 40k, and if you want 40k, you don't want Combat Patrol. It's not like it's the Forge World stuff and codexes side by side where it's all 40k, so you might want all of it. And it's presented alphabetically, but in front of your faction name, it says Combat Patrol or Index. So you can't scan clearly very quickly what you're looking for. Effectively, it's got double the information because you only want Combat Patrol or 40k. So you're presented with this big long list. The most important information, which is the faction name, is at the back of that title. So it's immediately, to me, not very user-friendly. And I've seen a few other people talk about it online, either have that information tabbed, so you can be like, I want 40k, or I want Combat Patrol, and you're presented with just that information, immediately halves that list that you've got to scroll through. And it's very similar to how we had information presented in the 9th edition app, where basically it got very bloated, that list. You had your codexes, you had your indexes alongside those codexes. You then had every single Warzone book as well. Now, the one thing I do like is that they have added in some of the Forge World units, and they are included under your faction. as an index. It's not a separate entry, which is what it would have been in the 9th edition codex. So that is good. But yeah, as soon as I started using it, and when I used the app builder, there's just lots of little things that aren't very good. It's functional. Yes, it works for the most part, correct. But it feels very much like it's been designed by a developer, not a designer. And I say this because I'm a designer. I've worked on mobile apps or websites that work with mobiles. So I sort of look out for things that other people might not look out for or appreciate. And I've seen other people share those sort of similar sentiments. Whereas the developer will be like, okay, let's put everything in a list. And yes, we say whether it's an index or we say whether it's for combat patrol, we put that in there as well. It's functionally all correct. Let's make everything as space efficient as possible. So let's use accordions, and they use accordions everywhere, which are the things that you click the arrow and it drops down and expands out. And they just use that everywhere to the point where it then actually becomes more time consuming. So you look at stratagems, for example, there's 6 of them. There's only 6 of them. And you've got to click on every single one if you want to see which one it is. They don't, for example, use the icons to tell you which phase it's in. So you can't tell. It's color coded. Obviously, if you remember what those color codes are from the core rulebook, you'll understand it, but there's no key to help you on the app if you don't know what those color codings mean. So if you want to check out a stratagem, you got to click into it and then go, oh, it's not that one. Oh, it's the next one. I've got to click into that. And it's just quite time consuming. Whereas if you could just scroll up and down that list, it makes the wall of text that you're scrolling a lot longer, but is actually infinitely much more quicker to do. So yeah, a lot of my gripes are with my little designer hat on, going, this isn't very user friendly. And similar things with the app builder, but let's talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, I don't necessarily, I don't feel like I can disagree with you, right? Like, I think ultimately, like, when you enter the experience and you head to the reference section, it is a wall of text. I won't deny it. I think the fact that you have to kind of navigate these spaces is a little bit cumbersome. One thing I will say, though, if I can counter that to its credit, and I'm not sure how much you've used this app in games at this point, although knowing that you've still, I think, only played 2 games of 10th edition, or maybe you've played a third.
With you.
So we've played 10th edition together, but I mean, since that game, Phil, I've had like another 9 or something. I'm
crikey, steaming
I
heads.
I think I'm like 10 or 11 games in at this point. Anyway, the point is that actually one thing I will counter with or suggest in terms of some of its functionality that's really useful. So for example, right, I'm playing Adeptus Custodes, right? Now, admittedly, at first it's a little bit cumbersome to locate stratagems, right? Because you look at the initial thing and it's got datasheet, army rules, shield host. And you need to click on the shield host because the shield host is basically...
Oh, God, yes, because it's part of the...
detachment.
Is the part of the detachment, not... But yes, you're right. I was actually immediately clicked on army rules and I was like, it's not there. And here's the thing. So you click on army rules, there's Marshal Qatar.
Yes.
It's the only thing in there. It's in an accordion and it's closed.
Yes.
It's literally one thing. And this is the thing I've always said in design. If you're going to use accordions, if there's only 2 or 3 things, have them all open up by default.
Yeah.
If there's more than, normally it's, if there's more than 5, close them automatically.
Yeah.
And you have a little query that knows it to automatically do that for you. And it needs that kind of little finesses to make it a lot more functional.
Yeah.
In that respect.
But what I was going to say is, right, so say I've gone through the process and I found the stratagem tab, right? So I got the stratagem tab there, happy days. And like you say, loads of accordions, whatever.
Accordions. Like the musical accordion.
Yes, of course. Anyway, the point is that, you know, there's loads of those around, fine. But actually what's quite nice about it is I can go to the Battleforge tab, which is on the bottom. And if I'm playing that Custodes army, I can be looking at my army list for Custodes, and I could be clicking on my units and looking at my unit data sheets within the Battleforge section. And then I could be like presented with a situation where I'm like, oh, I need to refer back to a stratagem, and I go back to reference and it takes me straight back to where I was, which is very helpful because a lot of the time with the old app, everything had to be searched for manually.
Reset.
Whereas at least in this, it remembers where it left you on each of the individual tabs, which is a small but really meaningful change because you can navigate from Battleforge to reference relatively easily. Now, obviously, when you re-enter reference, if it is that you're now seeking a new reference point, maybe you're looking for a core rule thing, you are going to need to exit this space. And, you know, the way that you exit the space is through a series of back arrows.
Back buttons. Now, what they should do is allow you to either like double tap the reference, for example, at the bottom to reset it. That would be a nice easy way to do it. Or you could swipe left and right with your thumb. And they do that within the Battleforged army build a bit, where you can go up and down layers or levels with your back and forth swiping, which you can't do in the reference section, which is a bit of a shame because it's a mobile device. Okay, so I'm under some Adeptus Sororitas bits. Swiping left to go back up a level. You can't.
I can on this. Look, I'll show you. Look. I'm here on Adeptus Mechanicus. It goes back.
I don't.
Maybe it's because I'm an Android. Maybe I'm a.
Well, maybe it's. I think you're right because I'm on the iOS one, so might be it doesn't work on iOS, which is a shame. And obviously, that's a bug to report.
There you go. Put that in the docket.
I mean, they are probably fed up with me. I've probably submitted well over 10 errors.
So you've submitted as many errors as I've played games of 40k.
Yeah, basically. Well, I mean, some of them are just suggestions for good quality of life improvements, like the changing of the where you put the index in combat patrol. Some of them are just generally bugs with either the army builder or some of the functionality.
That's really good of you to submit those recommendations, mate. You're doing
exactly.
A good
free. Yes, I mean normally I would charge a high freelance rate, but they're getting my years of design and user experience knowledge all for free.
Obviously, you're the root of the problem, mate. Maybe, you're the reason why.
I mean, so there are some things like
to create high quality apps. You know, we speculate.
I feel like it's. Maybe.
I mean, they're probably paying someone to make it. I imagine they did it as cheaply as possible, but, because it definitely feels... I think that is the thing with it, I suppose, as a first impression. It does feel quite cheap, right? Like it doesn't...
Well, here's the thing. Visually, it doesn't feel as good as the 9th edition one.
I mean, that is a low bar.
Some of it just... Well, I think functionality, yes, the old one didn't work very well, but I think text-wise, font size, the general visual design looked pretty good, I would say. This one, every font is absolutely massive, lots of giant text. It feels like I'm an OAP and I've set my, screen settings on to magnify.
Are you sure you haven't done that?
Because everything just feels... No, I haven't, even though I probably should. But it just feels like everything's much larger than it needs to be and just doesn't, I don't know, just like these huge curves everywhere driving me a bit mad. And like, so for example, reference also includes the core rules, whereas in the old one and in the AOS app, which is fantastic, it would be on the right-hand side. So rules were separate from datasheets, and I quite liked that. Whereas now they've used profile, and profile could go in the top left-hand corner or just be hidden away somewhere. Like, who cares that I need to log out? Report a problem. Brilliant. I've been using that a lot. But everything else is quite, you're almost never going to use that. And that is precious retail space that you could be using for other things. So I would just I want rules. I want to click a tab for rules. Fun fact, do you think the 18-page designer commentary is located in this app somewhere?
I'm fairly confident it isn't, but you tell me.
No, it isn't. Not at all. No, it's not. And it's like, so we talked about it a lot on the last episode where I was like, the rules for flying units over terrain is not at all explained in the core rules. It isn't. It is, however, explained with graphics in the 18-page designer commentary. And it's like, so that is quite an important thing that people might want to reference, and it's not in the app. Currently, Horus Heresy Legends units also aren't in the app, but Forge World stuff is in the app that isn't Legends. So, I mean, there's a debate to be had about what they're doing with Legends, and the fact that Legends currently And that might just be because they haven't released the points for the Horus Heresy Legends that we've got so far. Because that's not on the app, it does sort of make Legends units somewhat unplayable if you can't use them in the army builder or look them up easily, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's fair. I think so. Again, we're talking about the Legends stuff and the overall Forge World scenario in another segment, so I don't want to kind of repeat what we have said already or are about to say. We haven't recorded it yet, but we don't know where this stuff appears until I start editing it. But yeah, look, I mean, I think it's all really good points in terms of certain things that aren't there. And again, I don't know, right? Like, I'm trying to come at this relatively glass half full, because, as I say, the core experience I'm having with this app is, it's a no frills functional piece of software. And as much as I can easily admit and acknowledge that there are a number of issues with it in terms of bugs and UI, and I think it's just that thing where, like, it's not a pretty app. It's not a great app. I mean, adding units in this thing is a real faff. Like, the way it's so odd how and where they've decided to kind of like add weapons, for example. So I open up like Drakari and I do Kabalite Warriors, and Kabalite Warriors have a unit size of 10, which is great. And to be fair, you can't actually take it beyond 10, but you can tweak the weapons, and you have to kind of like remove a splinter rifle to then add a blaster, and then and all that sort of stuff.
Yes,
is very odd.
It's not done all sort of automatically for you. It should be like, if you click this, you are swapping out your las pistol for a bolt pistol. So automatically clicking bolt pistol should automatically deselect las pistol. It's quite simple. Makes it much more functional, makes it much more easy to understand what's going on. We had a chat yesterday where I could not get my Astra Militarum list, first time doing it, to validate, because I'd added a unit of Krieg in, and the problem is it's not at all entirely clear, but basically you can swap out you can swap out a plasma gun for a las gun, or at least that's what's implied within the text.
You can swap out a las gun for a plasma gun, or you can add a comms relay, or whatever it's called, a voxcaster.
Yes, and it specifically says when you swap out the comms relay, you don't actually swap it. It still has its las gun. So you think, oh, cool, I keep the las gun with the vox, but I swap out the plasma gun. And I've seen literally dozens of people online have the same problem. But actually, for the unit to be valid, you don't swap out the las gun when you add in the plasma gun. You just gain the plasma gun in addition to the las gun, which isn't at all what the words imply. So I don't know if that's an issue with how they've written it, or if it's a bug within the app. But I've noticed other people do it. And when you go to see the error, because it says something along the lines of the war gear for this unit is not valid, it doesn't tell you what bit of war gear isn't valid. It's not giving you any easy clue to what it is. Yeah. And if I had several units with that error, you can't just tap on the error and it doesn't take you to the unit in question. So if you've got lots of bugs, you've got to sort of hunt them down, basically, which isn't very intuitive.
And that's that's
something that Battlescribe does really well.
Really well. I mean, it's great on Battlescribe where you just, when there is an error, you click on it and it will take you to where the error is occurring, which is a huge win for them. I mean, again, I think that's the thing. It's weird, actually, though, because in truth, since 10th edition have come around, I've not written any lists or wrote any lists on Battlescribe.
I don't think you can, actually, at the moment.
Yeah, well, that was my assumption. I've not gotten around to looking. I still have the app, obviously, installed, etc. But, I'm not really, using it yet. I mean, I probably will.
There's a lot of drama about it. Have you been keeping touch with what's going on?
On Battlescribe? Clearly not. Please inform me.
So from what I gather, the main guy who's been running it. So do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
It was last year. The app's disappeared. He, the main developer, reappeared and was like, "Okay, I've had some mental health issues. I'm coming back. I'm going to work with the content creators, the people who are writing the data, basically." Because they're different from the one person that owns the app, who's making the money off of it when you buy it or you
support it,
subscribe to it to be ad free or whatever. And after that initial announcement of I'm back to help, he's apparently completely disappeared again. The data devs are saying that because 10th edition is so different, that basically the current version of Battlescribe doesn't really support 10th edition and needs this dev guy to come in and update it to make it compatible. So I think they've basically said, as far as I'm aware, and I could be wrong, that basically it won't support 10th until that happens. Now, it makes sense that he probably would, because he will be financially incentivized to do that. But I feel like Games Workshop has sort of stolen the march on him in that respect, because while it isn't great, it does work. It's a bit buggy in places, but yes, I think, and even since that initial first impressions of being very negative about the app, and all of those still hold true, it has grown on me just in terms of general use, and using it and going as a lookup, as a quick reference. That was what it was always good at in 9th edition. It still does that. It's not still as optimized as it could be. And I kept going back to the old one to be like, did the old one really do this too? In terms of the number of steps to, click in to search something or things like that. And it's like, that's still the case. So actually the last one wasn't perfect.
Far from it.
This one certainly isn't, but it hopefully it's on a good keel to start off with.
Yeah.
Some other fun facts, there's literally no way to see points for units other than in the army builder. So if you're just looking at a data sheet, you'll be like, how much does this unit cost? Doesn't say anywhere. At least the old one had power level on it to give you a ballpark. But it'd be nice to have points located in there somewhere.
Well, I guess you've got it in the Battle Forge, haven't you? But I suppose you've got to go in there and build lists specifically and...
Yes, to work it out.
But you can also use Battleforge to then look at reference materials. So you can insert a unit and then look at its stats and then decide whether you want to keep it. I know I've been mucking around with writing Drakari lists because RFW's around the corner, and of the armies that I have ready to go painted that I'm happy to travel with, Drakari felt like the best option for that event. I'm going to be going to an event down in Poole this weekend, one of the 40k Brawl events, and I'm taking Imperial Knights to that one. But Imperial Knights, as I've discovered recently, are probably very good, so I'm trying not to be too ridiculous for the RFW crowd. But, we're in the context of a 40k Brawl kind of event, it seems fine. But my point...
Gloves are off. Gloves are off.
Well, it's weird, isn't it, right? Well, anyway, we'll talk about this at other points, but I've been playing Imperial Knights as my main kind of tournament army for pretty much the entirety of... ever since the 9th edition Codex for Knights came out, I've been running them. And even before then, I was running hybrid Knights. I had Knights with mixed Imperium armies because it was all just about just getting speedy games in. But yeah, I hear they're very good. I've not actually played a game with them yet. I'm going to save it to the weekend and see if they are what everyone says they are. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. But anyway, look, here's the thing, right? I was mucking around with Drakari lists, and yeah, that was the thing with it. It was, again, the process I went through as I was adding in units, looking at what they did, thinking about what the actual, gameplay kind of style I'm looking for is. And again, for RFW, I'm just looking for a mix of units. So it's basically for my Drakari list for that, it's just a load of different things. But I'm lucky with Drakari because I've got so many units and so many options, so I can be really flexible with it. So it's actually quite fun going through and building lists and using it as a referral tool and using it as an exercise to understand the army. Because prior to building lists with Drakari, I had no idea what their kind of core army concepts were and what kind of mechanics they were using and how they functioned. And, it's safe to say they are a very interesting list, but it's been good using the app and creating those lists and figuring out how things function in that space. And I've been doing that with a load of stuff. So, yeah, I think this is the thing. For me at the minute, like, it's quite stable, which is a real plus sign because the previous app was not. It's freely available, which is, again, a limited time offer, admittedly, but it's a solid offering from the outset. Its functionality, though not perfect, is perfectly serviceable. I feel like it gives me what I want. Not always how I want it, but it's there. And sometimes that's, in all seriousness, that's sort of enough. And yeah, it's obvious that there are things that they could fix, a lot of quality of life things. I mean, again, I think even if it was that you as a user could customize kind of tabs, or even if it is when you're running an army and it's for gameplay purposes, maybe it's like you can have I'm playing a game button, and then there's a bunch of like, hotkeys or prompts for the most, salient information. Maybe it changes.
Yeah, because you were talking about like, on the reference bit, I've got stratagems.
Yeah.
But ideally, what you want is when you're playing the game, the army builder is great at building the army, and you can sort of look through your army by clicking on the individual units and then clicking the button to look at the data sheet for it. But potentially at the top, you've got, the links to your army rules and your stratagems as well. So it becomes a kind of quick reference guide there, and then the reference tab is literally, I want to look up an army rule, or I want to look up what my opponent's special rules is. So that's the reference tab is dedicated for that, and then the army builder is dedicated for your army while you're building it and playing the game. That would be great. I mean, I'd love it if they did an actual an option to log your games, so for the scorekeeping purposes, or seeing and sharing army lists between the two of you. That would be great, and it's something that I think we've talked about loads. Is like, why wouldn't they do this? It's a bit of a no-brainer, because it actually means not only are they able to record keep what people are creating as an army list, but they can actually literally get all the data of every games, not just tournaments, but casual games, of how people are playing, what their win ratios are doing. And, when we talked to, what was his name? The AOS, Matt. Yeah. One of the things he said was, our data's, or maybe you said it to me afterwards because you had a separate conversation with him. It's like the AOS app is much more widely used within the AOS community. So they've got much more, accurate data, whereas not many people use a 40K app. Obviously people use Battlescribe, and I presume a lot of their data's gathered from a conglomerate of apps, from, tournament army lists being submitted and the win results from those things. But they don't have just people creating army lists and going, what have people created? What's popular?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be really healthy for the game if we, as players, adopt the app as, the way that we build army lists, because it will obviously give people more insights, or designers more insights. And as you said, Phil, yeah, great if they added actual kind of gameplay tracking functionality as well. So, I mean, I think that's the thing.
Maybe even Crusade as well.
Yeah, well, let's not go crazy. The point is, though, is I think, it's off to an okay start. Is it perfect? No. Is there a way that this can get better? Obviously, I think there's a lot of potential for them to improve this over time, but at least it's building on a kind of functional foundation, right? And it sounds like what you were saying earlier about like Battlescribe, that the goal is left wide open at the minute for them to actually, really, deliver now. Because if it is that the developer of Battlescribe has created a set of circumstances, we speculate, we don't know for sure, but if it is that, based on internet rumor, that Battlescribe struggles to, accurately construct 10th edition army lists, which, by the way, sounds insane to me. Like, I can't actually get my head around what they're saying. It's like army list creation isn't that dramatically different at the minute You just
Well, it's weirdly easier, I guess, based on how because it feels like army creation is much more simplified in terms of a bit like in Age of Sigmar, where you can take so many units, points go up to those units, which again is very weird in the app, right? So I had an example where I was building an army list with custodians. The army sizes of their units, custodes, is, for example, the standard custodian guard.
Custodes guard, yes.
Is like I think it's like 4, 5, maybe 6, but not 7, and maybe not 8, but definitely 9 and 10. So but if you want the 7, which they don't actually support, the points automatically jump to the next valid one up, which is I think like 9. So you don't realize in the app that you're paying for 9 guys, but you think you're paying for 6, and it's like, okay, that's really weird.
Custodians are weird, but again, it's because of the nature of the kits, right? It's like if you look at the Warden kit can make a Vexilla, and it can make a Shield Captain. So you can basically have a unit of 3 Wardens, a Shield Captain, and a Vexilla. Same thing with the Guard. The Guard makes a Shield Captain, Vexilla, and Standard Guard. So I guess they're trying to work around that. Fun thing for us Death Guard players, and yes, I am a Death Guard player now. Look at me, Daddy. The crazy one for them is that they have unit denominations of 5, so you can either have a 5-man unit or a 10-man unit, but they still only sell them in boxes of 7.
That's a real shame, because it feels like all the Chaos faction flavors have a unique special number. So Death Guard is the number 7. So obviously, even if kits weren't sold in 7, people like and historically have always built units in 7. But yeah, doubly so, because Games Workshop philosophy is we're giving you what's in the box, and it's like, well, actually you're not. And that feels like a massive oversight. And hopefully that's a mistake that will get rectified once the codex comes out.
One thing I can say is the boarding patrol that they sold had the 7-man unit plus the 3 reinforcements to make a full squad of 10. So boarding patrol addressed the situation. And again, because in boarding patrol, you, at least in the old rules for boarding patrol, used to have either single person units or units made up of 5 to 10 models. They had to give Death Guard 10 models for boarding patrol.
Quick question though. I presume you can't do this. Can you select to do a boarding patrol's army in the app builder?
No, you presently cannot choose boarding patrol.
Oh, okay. So again, I want to play a game or I want to build an army. Combat patrol, boarding patrol, 40k. Like, those should be options. Ideally, Crusade should be in there as well. So hopefully all of this will come in time. They advertised in 9th edition that, Crusade was coming to the app. It literally never did.
Still good.
I mean, it still could, but if they ever update it to the 9th edition app, I will be very surprised.
No, it's never happening.
Maybe they get it in time for 10th.
10th is now. Although 10th is now.
No, exactly. Well, that's what I'm hoping for.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it feels like his thing. It would be very disappointing, but also really unsurprising if this is the app. This is all it ever really is in terms of functionality.
Oh yeah, they spend the money now. This is it. Move on.
They add on codexes, and that is all you'll ever really see.
Yeah, 100%.
A bit like the last app. The last, 9th edition app never really improved. Like, they did fix some bugs, but it was mostly fixing data issues, and they just added on content. But they didn't give us the functionality that we wanted, i.e. how to play a game, or keeping score. Or Crusade, things like that. So it'd be great if they did. I hope that there's a team constantly working on the app and they're going to improve it, and there's going to be other iterations of it.
No, Jeff, who works,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Jeff, who works down the warehouse, who happens to have done some app designing on the side, was paid in Domino's Pizza to put this together in his spare time. And now that's been done, he can go back to toiling in the warehouse.
Yes, I mean, as mean as it is to say, I wouldn't be too surprised. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, I don't think that isn't, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was something along those lines.
Yeah, no, that the things you hear about that company, I think it's reasonable to assert they will have done it as cheaply as possible, and it shows within the design of it, right? Like it's, this is clearly an off the shelf kind of solution. Obviously, there's some bespoke build to it, but it's pretty by the numbers. And then lastly as well, on the topic of numbers, obviously the other rumor that has been doing the rounds is that the points for 10th edition were heavily influenced by the fact that they weren't able to add certain functionality to the app. So I'm hearing, or at least people on the internet are speculating, that points are the way they are now because the app couldn't support anything else.
I mean, I said that as a joke, but at the same time, I think other people have also just naturally come to that conclusion because we kind of know that Games Workshop struggles a bit with the app and the app builder in the last edition. So yeah, why not make the game simpler? I've said it before, like power level via stealth, right? That's effectively what we've got. And I think we should talk about that as a concept, maybe slightly separately when we go more into the game, right? But it does make the app building easier if there's no real granular nuance to war gear, and you can just take whatever you want, and that there is, because you had that with power level, a unit cost, its base size is this many power level. If you double it or add extra models on, it's this many power level. And all they've done is up those numbers to represent the points, so everyone feels comfortable with the point, which is weird because that's also a massive change in like the game, even though it shouldn't be, but it feels very different. And it's like, I actually miss the granularity of tweaking stuff for war gear.
Oh, I do too.
And it's like, and it feels almost like, I'd be dumb just not to throw everything in now. But it's like, that's not me theming an army. That's just me going, well, of course I'll take all the special weapons if they're given to me. And now I feel like I've got a bunch of Lehman Russes without sponsons and I've got a couple with. It's like, I guess I'll always take the ones with sponsons because I'm effectively paying for them anyway by the cost of the Lehman Russes. So which is what I don't like. That feels quite bad when there's like a very big power, like discrepancy of with and without war gear. Like, I don't mind it if it was about choice. It's like, okay, if I don't have sponsons, I get +2 to my movement. If I do have the sponsons, I lose 2 movement, but that's the trade-off. I've got extra weapons. It's like, cool, that's a choice. Basically saying, no sponsons, I lose out on 2 multi-melters, or with sponsons, I get those 2 multi-melters. That's not a choice. That's like a no-brainer decision. Before, at least, it was like, do I want to pay 40 points extra? Most of the time, I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's a bit too much. But if I had the points, I'd be frivolous, or I'd be heavy bolters or whatever, because they're slightly less. So, yeah, I sort of miss that choice. And I can see the design philosophy some of the time, right? When it's, custodies, do I want spears or do I want axes? Or like wardens or whatever might have them. So that's a choice, because it's like, do I want an extra AP or an extra bit of damage or an extra bit of strength? Like, that is a choice. Although it feels like quite often, sometimes there's just often a better choice.
Yeah, always. There's always the obvious choice, right? Like that's always inevitable. It's a really, if it is because of the app, fair enough, I guess. I mean, the decision's been made for the reasons it's been made, but
that's an awful decision, though, right? Can we just say that?
Yeah,
the game should not be dictated by the constraints of the app developer.
No, I 100% agree with you. I think that's a terrible shame. And look, I think here's the thing, though, right? And we can talk about this when we talk about our general thoughts on things, though. I think this is a testament to compromise, isn't it? I think what is becoming more and more clear the more time you spend with this edition is that Games Workshop clearly were up against some very specific targets and needed to, really kind of like deliver something, and had decided to go the direction they've gone, but maybe in reality weren't able to deliver what was required in order for this to be, maybe what it needed to be. And I think that's the thing. It does kind of reek of compromise. Like the changes to the points, whatever the reason, is a massive step back for player expression, but also in terms of balance as well, because now effectively you are working on the assertion that every single unit is basically being pointed to account for their most lethal variant. But then again, the other irritation of that becomes, how do you like guard against that going forwards as well? Because at least before, like say for example, I'll use Centurions as an example, right? Say for example, I had built my Centurions for a 7th edition army, and I decided that I was going to have hurricane bolters and heavy bolters on my Centurions, or maybe I was going to have the missile launchers on the breastplate and heavy bolters, right? That's the build I wanted for that one. When that migrated over to 6th edition, sure, maybe that build wasn't as optimal, but it didn't cost as much as the optimal stuff, Whereas now, it may not be as optimal, but also, just so you know, it costs the same. So it becomes one of those weird things where you're like, oh, so I'm paying the same, but I'm getting less. And I think that is strange. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like from the times I have talked about it, it's everything's about choice. So it's like, yes, a flamer might not be technically as strong as a multi-melter, but one is dedicated anti-infantry, one is dedicated anti-tank, and those are the choices. But normally, inherently, we distill that down into what's the meta choice, or what feels more powerful for my army. And it's like a unit with a bunch of flamers might be great against a certain matchup, but absolutely terrible against another matchup, where some weapons are a bit more all-rounders. Some, if I'm going up against tanks or knights, okay, I'll take a bunch of las cannons in my units for free. Like, that seems to make the most sense. But and that's their logic for like, why we're not pointing this, because it's all about the choice of how you want to kit out your units to do certain things. But it sort of feels like they're not always equal choices. And if they were, great, but it feels like it's a bit arbitrary. Like, I don't mind it so much in that respect, where it's like one weapon choice to do one thing, another weapon choice to do another thing. But when there's a choice of, do you want this thing or do you just not want it at all? Like, that isn't a choice.
No, absolutely. I mean, again, like, as a point of example, I'm running Imperial Knights this weekend. Every one of them gets upgrades for missile launchers and melter guns now. They're all free. Before, in the 9th edition context, the missiles could cost as much as 40 points extra. The melter guns were 5 points extra. Whereas now it's like, well, of course I'm going to put those on them, because they cost me nothing extra. Like,
yes, exactly. But why wouldn't you? Yeah. I mean, it makes the game simpler, or it makes army building simpler. And I can see they looked at AOS and going, well, this is how Age of Sigmar works, so let's try and replicate that success. But it's like, it feels like you've sort of missed a point, or you either don't understand what your 40k customers enjoy doing. People like to get bang on 2,000 points, and they like to add a banner here or a flamer there to be able to tweak their army to feel as efficient as possible to get to that nice round number. I don't necessarily mind some things. I think Danvers from RFW said, it's great that some things are just free, like the banners, for example. And it's like, thematically, they look great on the tabletop. They have a mild buff, but quite often people would be like, it's just not worth those 5 or 10 points that it is. So, like in Age of Sigmar, you just get them. I think that's kind of a cool choice. I don't mind that. But yeah, I think sometimes when it's between weapons, it sort of falls a bit flat in comparison.
Yeah, well, we end up with a lot of like unit entries and things, but look, I think we're moving off of the app and going more into kind of a points conversation, which, to be honest with you, should probably be its own segment. So we'll probably call it there on the app, although obviously it's always customary that we have a summary moment, a final thought. You told me to go first, so I will. Like I said from the start, I don't hate it. I actually quite like it for where it's at. I think the app is perfectly functional. As I say, it's clear it needs a lot of work and support to kind of really turn it into something special. But I don't necessarily know if it needs to be. I mean, obviously we really speak positively of Battlescribe, and Battlescribe is, in all seriousness, an app that has received little to no support and updates from its developer for, now more than 4 or 5 years. And Battlescribe is basically the same app I was using back in, 2015, 2016, whatever it was. So
it's in, 6th, 7th edition?
Yeah.
It's pretty much been the same.
Yeah. So, compared to that standard, or compared to the standard what we've been using up to this point, I think, I don't want to sort of say my expectations are rock bottom at this point. It would be amazing if they delivered us something that was more akin to like what Warpedia does. Like, I mean, obviously 9th edition Warharpedia was a really, really good resource in terms of how everything linked and how everything worked. So, I mean, obviously if Games Workshop can come close to giving us something more akin to that, fantastic. I mean, right now it's not sexy. It's not, exciting, but it sort of gets the job. Well, it does get the job done, and that's enough for me at the minute. I'm not going to say that it's terrible, because it's not, but I'm also not going to say it's the greatest app I've ever experienced, because it's also not that. It's just, it's vanilla. It's it is what it is. It's all right.
That's fair enough.
You?
That's fair enough. Well, so during 9th edition, I was actually quite an advocate of the app, even though everyone trash talked it, right? No one really liked it. It was buggy. I always
got off to a terrible start, it's fair to say.
But and you hated it much more than I did, and I quite enjoyed it. I always used it as a great resource for looking up rules mid-game. I didn't really use it for the army building at all, but I think a lot of people, they want an army builder, and that's their main focus on the app. For me, army builder, take it or leave it. You need one for sure to play a game, and you definitely need one for 10th edition. So I'm glad they've supplied us one that works, or at least for the most part, even if it is a bit clunky in places. But yeah, I really liked 9th edition for what it was as a resource to look up stuff. And yeah, I just felt really sort of a bit disappointed when I first started using this new one. It just didn't sort of look as nice. Sort of the functionality wasn't really an improvement. If anything, it was kind of the same in terms of like the number of clicks to like view stuff, or how the search functionality looked. That's kind of exactly the same. So there's definitely lots of improvements that it could do. As you say, it's a good base. It's a pizza base. There's a tiny bit of cheese on it so far, a bit of tomato. It's edible, but is it, the Americana pizza that I normally would pick and choose for? Not yet, but give it time. I hope it gets there, basically.
There you go. Slap some extra salami on that.
Exactly, yeah.
That's it. Need a few more green peppers or whatever else it is you have on your pizzas.
Yeah.
I myself am a
dashings of hot sauce.
Yeah, I'm more of a Diavola sort of person. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I like that too. Yeah,
that's a good choice. All right, well there you go. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, me and Phil. Hello, Phil. Are you there?
I am here. Hello.
Magical. Hello. Anyway, me and Phil are going to talk about Combat Patrol. How interesting. One of the many ways that you can choose to interact with new Warhammer 40,000, and potentially one of the more interesting ways, potentially. What is Combat Patrol, Phil? I have never heard of it.
So Combat Patrol are the effectively get starting boxes.
Get starting boxes?
I think they used to be called Get Starting Boxes at one point, and then were they not called like Vanguard Boxes or something along those lines?
And then they became Combat Patrol Boxes.
And now they became Combat Patrol Boxes, and now Combat Patrol is a thing. So I think they were just named Combat Patrol when they didn't actually mean anything as a rules thing, unless they've thought ahead years in advance that they were going to do this, and it's all a ruse. But basically,
Combat Patrol referred to a size of game that these used to facilitate.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I think it used to be a points level or something, doesn't it? Back in the day, it used to be you could play Combat Patrol, Strike Force, or Onslaught, I think. With them.
Yeah, so I think 500 points was Combat Patrol, was the small game, which they sort of done away with because now Combat Patrol is its own mini game. So they're boxes of miniatures that you could buy from your Games Workshop or independent retailer. I think they are on average about 100 quid. I want to say they used to be, the older boxes used to be like 60, 70 quid. They were great and really good value. Now they've gone up in cost, but that's because there's more miniatures in them from what I can tell. So they're not necessarily cheap. You can do some research and tell me while I'm waffling on. But Combat Patrol is a game. The whole concept is that you have this one box of miniatures. Your friend, or if you don't have any friends, yourself with another box, can play against each other with those minis. The idea is you don't need to collect anything else. All the rules, I guess they're not in the box. They're in the Warhammer app for Combat Patrol. And you basically play those two mini armies against each other, and it's all balanced. That's the thing. So you don't need, there's no army list construction, they say, but there is technically some mild sort of units and unit choices, war gear choices, and you can swap things in and out. So there is a small bit of army building involved, which isn't how they sold it. They just said, you just pick this up, you build it, and you can play against someone else who's also done the same thing. That is the concept of Combat Patrol.
Indeed. And they are all £95.
I mean, pricey, but, you know, for 40k, that is probably quite cheap. And what's great about it is you don't need to collect a 2,000 point army. And now, I guess, technically, you could have always done it with just playing Combat Patrol of old. But the idea is you just buy this one box, and then you can be done, and you'd be like, I don't need a whole army. That's scratched that itch of Necrons, let's say, and then maybe I'll go and buy another Combat Patrol box. And, you know, they're effectively like jumbo war bands for, you know, Warcry or Necromunda or Kill Team. You know, you can dabble in lots of factions with a smaller collection rather than building up an entire army. And it is effectively a gateway into 40k, right? The rules are mostly similar, but tweaked, I think, here and there ever so slightly. The data sheets look very similar to the 40k ones, but again, tweaked ever so slightly. So that's kind of all cool, right? In that respect, the premise sounds fun, exciting, engaging. Great to potentially get your friends that don't play 40k into the game of 40k via this like mini gateway.
I mean, it's interesting that you chose Necrons as your example for a Combat Patrol, because they're seemingly the one thing that doesn't currently have a Combat Patrol box, as far as I can see.
Oh, really? That is strange. I wonder if it's because it's either sold out or because the original Indomitus box probably would have been the Combat Patrol, right?
Aspects of it. So I'm looking at
maybe not all of it.
Their rules. So they do have rules. They just don't have a £95 box, or at least not one that I can see listed on the Games Workshop website. It could just be that it's...
well, sometimes they do disappear from the website if they're either updating the box, for example, or they've just sold out and they know they're not going to be able to replace it anytime soon. So sometimes rather than saying out of stock on the website, they'll just disappear and then it might reappear at a later stage.
Yeah. But even at that like £95 price point, there are definitely some haves and some have-nots in these kind of boxes. Some of them represent very meaningful kind of value propositions, and some of them feel a little bit, you know, lighter in terms of what they offer. Adeptus Mechanicus, for example, is one unit of 10 Scutari, one unit of 3 Cataphron Breaches, one Honor Gurjun Crawler, and a Tech Priest. And it's you sort of look at that and you go, I mean, It's not the most remarkable value proposition when comparatively on the Drakari side, for example, I get a unit of Incubi, an Archon, 10 Kabalite Warriors, a Raider, and a Ravager. It's like, ooh, that's a pretty good value. But
I guess. I mean, I actually like the Adeptus Mechanicus one in terms of what it has. They're very like quintessential units.
Oh, of course.
Or dare I say, iconic. Whereas things like, I guess, for Custodes, that is like a big whack of the Custodes in terms of points and stuff.
Oh, big time. Yeah,
and I think we talked about it before, where it's like if you wanted to start collecting an army, sometimes it'd be like you could buy 2 of these, great value for money. There's no duplicates, or the duplicates that you get is what I mean is they're all viable, because sometimes you'll get like maybe 2 characters, but your army in years have passed in 9th edition, back in those days, the misty times of then, which I can't recall. Like it might be that you could have one of those things, but you can have a second one, for example, Chapter Master. Not that you get them really in the boxes, so potentially a bad example. But sometimes you would cap out a unit type and be like, okay, I can't have that many of them. But mostly pretty good, I would say, in terms of what you get and the value you get for them.
Yeah, totally. And it's quite clear as well that, they've tried their level best to try and create balance between these kind of drastically different boxes. And as I say, there's some obviously good value boxes from the outset. I really like the World Eaters box. I think that looks like an extraordinary value because you get the Lord on Juggernaut, the 2 units of Berserkers.
Oh, yeah.
Sadly, it comes with a unit of Jackals, but you can't win everyone.
Well, I suspect every Chaos one's got a unit of cultist-esque models in it. I see Death Guard's got the Poxwalkers and a lot of them. And I think it was maybe this box that wasn't actually a valid loadout for 40k. Because some of them were like, they're good boxes to add to your army, but they're not a good starter army because you effectively end up with an illegal loadout. And I think it was something to do with the number of Space Marines versus number of Poxwalkers. That, or maybe it was the boarding patrol box. There was definitely a box of Death Guard that I remember we discussed that was
certainly a 9th edition concern, but no longer.
Oh, yes.
Phil. No longer.
Yes, no, completely.
In the wacky world of 10th edition, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't have 4 of something.
Yes,
or at least
you are allowed for free. Or 6 if it's battle line,
well,
of course. Or transports. You can go wild.
Absolutely. But there are definitely some things that I would be interested to try thanks to Combat Patrol, or just certainly, I think this is the thing, right? I think this is really good for Space Marine players, particularly. I think, quite honestly, if you wanted to get into collecting a comprehensive Space Marine force, but you wanted to play across the broad spectrum of chapters, I think this is a really fun way of, expanding your collection on a regular basis, building up a really good selection of miniatures, while still being able to field each of them as individual forces. I mean, when you look at it, right, the Space Wolf box set is really great. It's got the unit of intercessors, it's got the warsuit, it's got the Reaver squad that's called something else. Do you remember what the Space Wolf Reavers are called?
Is it something like the Montcar or something?
The Hounds of Morkai, that's the word.
Morkai,
yes, Morkai. Yeah. And then that really cool Space Wolf Lieutenant with the power axe. So, I mean, again, there is a nice value. On the Blood Angel side, you've got the Infiltrators / Incursor Marines. You've got the Librarian. You've got the Aggressors. You've got the 5-man squad, and you've got the Impulsor. That's really great. On the Dark Angels, you've got 3 Interceptors. You've got the 5 intercessors. You got the 1 chaplain and the dreadnought, and then for the Death Watch, you've got the apothecary, the lieutenant, the intercessor squad, and some aggressors. So across those, what is that, 4? Across those 4 different Marine combat patrols, there's some really nice stuff there that you're going to need in a lot of armies. You get
Yeah, because what's interesting is none of it is chapter specific, I guess, maybe with the exception of the Space Wolf Lieutenant, right? But you do get the upgrade frames in them, or at least in most of them, for the shoulder pads and stuff, with like little trinkets and stuff. So that's kind of cool. But as you say, you could have, if you had a custom chapter of your own creation, and you historically, okay, let's use my Minotaurs as an example because they're Forge World. They're not any one successor. I currently run them as White Scars, and I've kind of kit bashed a couple of, a character to represent Corso Calm. But I could now, using the new sort of detachment rules, go, okay, cool, I'm going to buy this combat patrol of Space Wolves. And although this isn't actually, specifically Space Wolf units, I could actually, in theory, dabble in some Space Wolf models or some Blood Angel models or whatever. And then for a particular game, take those specific chapter models. So I'm taking Sanguinary Guard and I'm a Blood Angel successor all of a sudden. Not that that's really a thing, but it allows you to have one army that can dabble into all these cool units that you can normally historically take because you're sort of divided up into, I've got to be Space Wolves. That's the color scheme. That's what it is. Or I'm Blood Angels. They're red. That's what it's got to be. So it does give you that freedom to sort of express that. Although I guess Combat Patrol isn't necessarily the best way of doing it because they're kind of just cool, cheap way of collecting, for the most part, very generic Space Marine units.
True, and I think that's the thing, though. But where my head was at with it more was like, if you were interested in being a Marine player, and we forgot to mention the Black Templar Combat Patrol as well, and obviously there's the Combat Patrol from Leviathan also that...
I guess will be coming. The thing to note with the Leviathan ones, because they've said both of them contain combat patrols, but there's more models in Leviathan than there in the combat patrol. So I think in the Tyranid one, you don't get the Screamer Killer, for example, but you'll get some of the other stuff. And I presume with the Space Marines, it's like you'll probably get the Terminators, but
yeah, so you get the Terminators, the Terminator Captain, the Librarian, and the Pyro Marines.
Yeah, but you'll be lacking like the Gravis Apothecary and a couple of other units and stuff.
Yeah, so you don't get the Lieutenant, you don't get the Apothecary, you don't get you only get 5 out of the potential 10 Infernus Marines.
That's true. We also forgot Deathwatch and Grey Knights, but they're sort of a bit special.
No, I mentioned Deathwatch. I forgot Black Templars, and I didn't mention Grey Knights. But it's that thing, though, isn't it? Right. Although I still like that in the Grey Knight Combat Patrol box, it's still the only way that you can get the old Terminator Librarian. That feels like that's probably got to get updated soon.
Oh, yes, that is true. It's
an interesting one. In fact, let me look at the Grey Knight data sheet and see if they've updated the Librarian on there. That'd be interesting if... No, still the same old plastic Librarian from moons past.
But if your point was you could effectively do what I've been saying you could do with Guard since 9th edition, you could have a smorgasbord collection of different Space Marine chapters, all painted their correct colours. I've got a Combat Patrol of Space Wolves painted in Space Wolf colours, Combat Patrol of Blood Angels, Blood Angel colours. But because they're all generic Space Marines, you can be like, and sub-factions aren't really a thing anymore in terms of chapters. You're just running them as the Oaths of Moment detachments, right?
Yeah.
So you can be like, here you go, here's my multicolored Space Marine army made of a conglomerate of Space Marines because I'm representing a crusade force where all of these separate chapters are fighting side by side.
Yeah.
That would look super cool. And that isn't something we've ever seen on the tabletop, at least in an event or tournament style setting, or at least not officially, right? I mean, I'm sure the odd sneaky person has done that and swapped in the odd unit. But it's cool and would look visually great on the tabletop.
Oh, totally. I'm absolutely in favour of that kind of thing. And the other thing I love about Combat Patrol is if it is actually quite balanced and good, it's actually amazing to think that you could just really, come to these and use them as ways of having fun hobby projects, right? Like the idea that, you've got to paint an exhaustive amount of Space Wolves or Chaos Space Marines or Drakari is quite intimidating. But the idea that, you can actually just have a little collection of Drakari miniatures and just be like, cool, I have a way of playing these and I'm just going to use them is super nice. I think that's the thing. I think the hobbyist in me is actually quite excited about the prospect of this, and if it actually is a system that people are up for experimenting with. And I think that's going to be one of the things that's quite fun because, like the idea of picking up the Astra Militarum box set definitely appeals to me. Like I really love those new Astra Militarum miniatures.
Yeah, they're cool.
So it's that thing where I'm like, oh, I could probably do and paint the combat patrol. Like that would be really fun to have a collection of just Astra Militarum, but to know that I don't need any more than that, right? Like to actually be relatively content in the fact that it's like we have a balanced rule set. And again, we've not played any of these combat patrol missions yet or games, so we can't speak with authority whether they're balanced, but obviously Games Workshop are making efforts to reassure us that they are. And when you kind of read through it, it does sort of feel like they have done things to try and neutralize some of the otherwise very powerful things that have been represented in the fuller games of 10th edition. I think it's just nice to think that, oh, wow, I can actually just paint up a little force of sisters, and that's my little force of sisters. And I can... Yeah.
I guess like Kill Team sort of does that, but on, I guess, a much more granular scale. But also the downside is it's Kill Team. And I'm not saying Kill Team's bad.
No, quite the opposite.
It's a completely different rule. It's a completely different rule system that you have to learn. Whereas Combat Patrol is effectively you're playing 40k, right? The odd thing on the data sheet might have been tweaked here and there, or you can't take particular loadouts, but ultimately you're just playing small scale 40k. So the accessibility as a pre-existing 40k player is much more appealing than playing Kill Team, just purely on that level. And it's the same way when boarding actions came out. I was like, oh wow, like I want to play some boarding actions because it's a simplified, scaled down version of 40k where I don't have to learn a whole new set of rules, which is again fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And like when you engage with these new combat patrol rules, you're presented with some interesting stuff, right? So they are quite specific in the way that you build things. So if I look at the Karsuk's Gunners, which is the Astra Militarum combat patrol, they break everything down into different denominations using letters. So you've got A, B, C, and D, and E. A, B, C, D, E here. So A is...
Where are you looking at this? Is this in the
data
rule
sheets.
book? Or
this is in their actual rule book. Well, then their actual index for Astra Militarum.
Are you looking at this in the app?
No, I'm looking at this on the website.
Oh, is it like what, a downloadable
PDF? Yeah.
Oh, I think I did do that. I did check some of them out as PDFs. Yeah.
And
you get like because you get optionals that build A. This is your pick. Build from B. This is your.
Well, it's that thing, right? So you've got Unit A is the Command Squad Karsuk. So it's Karsuk equipped with plasma pistol power weapon. One Cadian veteran guardsman is equipped with bolt pistol power fist. One Cadian veteran guardman is equipped with a lasgun close combat weapon. One is equipped with a lasgun close combat weapon and a medipack. And then the last of them is equipped with a close combat weapon and a regimental standard. So that basically is just saying to you, that's Squad A. That's what that has to have. And then you've got Squad B, which is the shock troopers. So you've got a sergeant with las pistol chainsword, 7 troopers with lasgun close combat weapons, 1 with a flamer and a close combat weapon, and 1 with a mounter gun and a close combat weapon. Then you've got Squad C. This has the sergeant with a drum-fed autogun and a close combat weapon, 6 troopers with las guns, 1 with a Voxcaster, 1 with a grenade launcher, and 1 with a plasma gun. Then you've got the field ordnance batteries, which is bombast field gun and a Malleus rocket launcher. And then you've got the armored sentinel with a hunter-killer missile, plasma cannon, and close combat weapon. So that essentially is the contents of the box, but they are effectively just telling you the way that you need to load it out. Then they go into the specific abilities. So for these guys, they've got the voice of command. So in your command phase, officer models from your army with this ability can issue orders. Each officer's data sheet will specify how many orders it can issue and which units are eligible to receive orders. Each time an officer model issues an order, select one of the orders below, then select one of the eligible friendly units within 6 of the officer. Now, I've not read all of the guard rules yet, Phil, but I'm guessing you have. It's one of the reasons why I chose it. Is that different in any way off the top of your head? Maybe they've reduced range, or maybe there's some slight implications there.
I think it's pretty much the same.
Okay.
What I have noticed is you get less stratagems. You get 3 stratagems rather than the usual 6.
Yeah. So I mean,
which we'll get to later. But the orders. So I found that on the app where you get 3 orders instead of the usual 6. So they've streamlined it. But I guess in terms of range, I'm pretty sure that's still the same. Hold on, if I type voice of command into the app. Oh, look, you'll notice this is another fun thing with the app that I logged. So I type in voice of command, I get 2 options.
Oh, yes.
One is clearly combat patrol, one is clearly 40k. I have no idea which is which. I think when you click into it, it's clearly obvious, yeah. So the first one is the 40k one. Yeah, still 6-inch range. So it's just less of them, but how it functions, I think, is the same, which is kind of what you want. You less choice, but the functionality of how stuff plays is similar, how it will then play into 40k when you play the main game.
Yeah. So you got move, which is add 3 to the move characteristic. You got take aim, which is that you add 1 to your ballistic skills. And take cover, which is improve the save characteristic of models in that unit by 1. Interesting that they don't just gain the benefits of cover; they actually just increase their arms.
No, so it actually stacks.
Because there's go to ground now as well as a stratagem in the core rules, isn't there?
Yes, there is. But is that not just gaining take cover? That gains the benefit of cover, right?
That gains the benefit of cover. Right, yes, yeah. So you gain the benefit of cover. Whereas this gives you, so you could use the 2 in conjunction with each other, which could be quite interesting.
Sure.
Then you get your choice of enhancements, which is to say your officer model is your warlord and has the command laurels enhancement. You can replace this with gunnery officer. So if it's command laurels in your command phase, if this bearer is on the battlefield, you gain 1 CP. In addition, each time the bearer issues an order, it is issued to all friendly Astra Militarum units on the battlefield. And if it becomes a gunnery officer in your command phase, if the bearer is on the battlefield, you gain 1 CP. In addition, while friendly artillery units are within 6 of the bearer's unit, each time you roll to determine the number of attacks a model in that artillery unit makes with a weapon, you can re-roll the result. And also models in artillery units have the lone operative ability, which is very strong. So that's super interesting. And then, so then you get into objectives, which is basically the things you need to win games. I'm not going to read everything from this point on because this is quite unique to Kill Team, so I don't think we necessarily need to go over the secondary objectives, but the stratagems are send in the next wave, bring it down, and artillery strike. I assume these are free of the 6 stratagems that are available to them.
What's interesting is the enhancement isn't. That's unique to Combat Patrol.
Okay.
Obviously, the name of it, Laws of Command, was historically 1, so it might end up being in 40k, main game at some other point when the Codex comes out. But for now, it's Combat Patrol only.
No, fantastic. And then and in terms of the abilities of the actual units, obviously everything seems pretty similar to what you will see within your own kind of 40k data sheets. It's just that obviously you're restricted in how you equip,
load them out. Yeah, I think that's actually a bit disappointing. Like, I sort of wanted Combat Patrol to be it could be a starter army for 40k, so you get the choice in terms of how you want to equip and load out your units, but the game is still balanced. And what seems odd actually is in 40k, it doesn't really matter what weapon choices you get in. It's because it's a bit like power level, right? You can, for guard, for example, you can have all the special weapons. Well, you're limited to the number of special weapons that you can have, but it doesn't matter what ones you can have. I could have 2 flamers or I can have 2 melter guns. It's the same points for the unit. and I can also include all the war gear options as well for free. So it's odd that then, therefore, they're being actually quite restrictive in terms of point costs. I'm pretty sure, and I'm not 100%, the cost for the bombast field gun or the field ordnance battery, like there's normally 3 choices. There's like the las cannon, the battle cannon, and the
missiles.
The missiles, the Malleus ones.
Yeah.
And I would assume that they're all the same points regardless, because it's one data sheet, right? So it's odd that in this they're restricting you to having 2 of them. So you can't even run them in like, I want to do a mono build of like, I want 2 of the las cannons or 2 of the battle cannons. I've got to take one of one and one of another. And actually out of those 2, you don't even get the choice of a las cannon because they're like, no. I guess I may have gone, that's too OP for something that could maybe one-shot someone else's vehicle. Perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is the thing, right? We have to presume that they have restricted access to the las cannon because it's too favorable in certain matchups. So if you were up against, say, Dark Angels, for example, I remember they had a Dreadnought in their list. You know, that is basically the centerpiece of the Dark Angel kill team. It's one big Dreadnought and a few Primaris Marines. It's like if you rock up with a flipping great las cannon that could probably like do it in like 1 or maybe 2 turns, it's probably not going to really... Yes, because the heavy las cannon is D6 plus 1 damage, which is, but it's 2 shots, so actually it's not too bad. Yeah. I mean, again, it's interesting, like, you know, looking at certain rules as well. That right. So, for example, this is one of those interesting things worth mentioning, right? So, because I've played Marines now, so I know. I'm just looking at the Redemptor Dreadnought. The Redemptor Dreadnought in Kill Team, for example, it's got Oaths of Moment, it's got Deadly Demise D3, it's got what happens to it when it's on between 1 and 4 wounds. It's got weapons, but you know what it hasn't got? -1 damage. It's not there.
Oh, okay.
None of that is there. Also, funnily enough as well, Intercessor squads don't have sticky objectives. Inceptors have Deep Strike and Oaths of Moment, but they don't have... what was the ability for interceptors?
It's like, I think it's something like orbital drop, where you come down.
Yes, that's right.
From orbit, and you can
arrive within
3 inches.
Yeah. So interestingly, I mean, again, I don't know what is missing from, say, the guard data sheets in particular, but yeah, it's interesting the things they've done to obviously try and add some balance there. So, you know. Even though
they streamline the game from learning the complicated rules, right? And it might be that they've just gone, every unit has a special ability in 40k, but we're going to take that out of combat patrol, and that's not a balance thing. That's just easing you into learning the game.
Maybe.
Let's learn the core mechanics of, like, you know, the stats and the weapon profiles before we worry about all the other sort of, you know, janky special rules and stuff.
I don't know though, man, because I don't think that's necessarily consistent with certain things. Like, I'm looking at other data sheets for other armies, and they still seem to have their own janky stuff. I think in the case of the -1 damage, it probably was just them going, it's pretty strong having a Dreadnought in this kill team, or not kill team, sorry. It's pretty strong having a Dreadnought in this combat patrol format because, you know, it is still toughness 10. It's still got a 2-up armor save.
Yeah.
Still got 12 wounds. It's a durable unit, right? So they're probably thinking, within the context of combat patrol, we need to take this off it for a very specific reason. Chaos Space Marines have a Hellbrute. I'm just going to check the Hellbrute stats. I don't know if Hellbrutes normally had -1 damage, but it definitely doesn't have that either here. So I don't know if Hellbrutes typically.
I think I heard that Hellbrutes have a different ability based on which Chaos faction it's in.
Fair. Well,
so it's not actually consistent, apparently.
Well, it's got the faction Dark Pax ability, which is different for combat patrol from how it is for 40k. But yeah, no other sort of rules on it. But anyway, there you go. I mean, and the other thing that's quite interesting is, and I only can see this in the case of the Adeptus Custodes. I don't know if maybe there are other ones that that also reflect this. But Adeptus Custodes are unique in the fact that their combat patrol is such that you can't take all of it.
Yes, that was the first one I looked at because I was like, I'm doing my Thunder Warriors. They count as Custodes. Let's see if I could, because obviously it's the first stepping stone into 40k is combat patrol. So I looked at that. So yeah, you get a shield captain, you get prosecutors and vigilators, 2 squads of 5 each. They're both Sisters of Silence, not Custodes. Then you either get the Custodian Guards as a 4 model squad or the Virtus Praetors, which is the bikes as a free models. So it's a bit like, oh my god, so even as Custodes, you can't take an all Custodes army. And I say that purely from a selfish point of view, because obviously I'm doing Thunder Warriors, don't really have Sisters of Silence within that as a kind of concept. I mean, I could throw in some because I've got some built and painted up for my Inquisition. But I'd rather not. I'd rather keep it separate. So yeah, that's an interesting one where you don't get the full combat patrol box. I would assume might be a couple others that are like that, but potentially
the only other one I found so far, I haven't just checked everyone, but the only one I found so far is Grey Knights.
Oh, that would make sense. Have you looked at Death Guard?
Death Guard. Yeah, I have looked at Death Guard, and you can take everything in Death Guard.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's because of the Poxwalkers. It's sort of like a low model counts one.
Yeah, the Death Guard. It'd be interesting if Death Guard are actually good in combat patrol, or that's the ultimate reflection of the balance efforts that they've made. That Death Guard are actually quite playable in combat patrol. That would be nice. But in Grey Knights, you get the Librarian, the Strike Squad, and you have a choice of a Nemesis Dread Knight or a Terminator Squad.
No.
Which, makes a lot of sense. But yeah, no, I've looked at pretty much everything now, and none of them seem to be either or an exception. But the other thing that I'm interested about with Combat Patrol, and I need to check the kind of like core rules for this. I don't know. Have they released specific mission packs for Combat Patrol now?
Here's the thing. I don't have the core rulebook yet. I assume Combat Patrol is in there because I think they've talked about it, and that they will be, I think they said they will be releasing the Combat Patrol rules for free at a later date. And I assume within that is a series of missions as well for you to actually play, because it's got to be some missions, right? So it'd be interesting to see what they are and how many there are, and will they support this going forwards? Because I guess that's my one concern about Combat Patrol is the Combat Patrol boxes tend to stick around for a couple of years, and then they get rebranded under a different name, and the composition of them then changes to something else. Because like I said, we used to have Get Starting boxes. I'm pretty sure we had Vanguard boxes, and now we're on Combat Patrol, all in the space of, I don't know, like a good few years at least. Obviously, I've been back in the hobby since 6th edition, so I could be referring to many editions, but on average, let's say one style of box per edition. So are these Get Starting boxes going to be something, sorry, not Get Starting, Combat Patrol boxes, going to be supported? Is this a game system that's going to last into 11th edition and 12th edition? Will I buy a box of Combat Patrol now, and then come the next edition, that won't be viable or playable because they've changed the composition or they've just dropped the format completely? Is it something that's going to be supported with new missions? A bit like, Kill Team's its own thing, very well supported. Will Combat Patrol get that same sort of level of love? Or is it, I don't want to say a bit like Boarding Actions because we don't know what they're going to do with it, but Boarding Actions felt like it was something a one and done, they put it out, and obviously they've updated the rules for 10th edition, but it's like, will we ever see any more Boarding Actions? Kind of hope so, although there is an awful lot of content that they put out in the first place, so maybe they feel like they don't need to, at least for a long time. And that might be a similar thing with Combat Patrol, where it's all excitement on launch, but then we don't get anything new for it for the entire edition.
I mean, Boarding Actions has been super interesting because Boarding Actions, if I'm not mistaken, Maybe I'm misquoting it. But Boarding Actions, they've done downloads for the rules specifically now as well.
Yeah.
So they've essentially come along and just gone, hey guys, here's all the Boarding Action rules. And I've got to be honest with you, I feel a little bit, annoyed that, and again, I was buying these books regardless, right? So, fine, whatever. But there was definitely a very, specific push for you to buy these Arcs of Omens books in order to be able to play Boarding Actions.
Well, I think you still need them, right? They've, from what I gather, or at least I've seen, they've given you an update to the kind of core rules in terms of what you probably would have gotten from the Abaddon book in terms of this is how you build your Boarding Actions force. There's the additional PDF that they gave you for free last time round, which was the army composition or unit compositions in terms of what you can actually take to create your Boarding Actions force, which, as we've already talked about, would be great if that's in the app under the army builder. But what I don't think they give you is any of the missions. So you still use the missions, you still use the army rules from those books, because what I noticed is they obviously talked about this whole concept for 40k of you'll have these 2 pages. It's got your army rules. It's got your stratagems. That's all you ever need to play your games of 40k in addition to like your data sheets. And that is actually how the Arcs of Omen forces for Boarding Action stuff is actually presented. It's all done as 2 pages. So I feel like they did that very deliberately, knowing that this will be going into 10th. Yes, some of the rules don't 100% line up in terms of some very minor things in terms of you get some sentry guns, right, and they've got stats for things like heavy bolters, so that will be incorrect for 10th edition, so maybe that's included in these new free downloads, but I think the missions pretty much as they play would still be viable. What I'd almost like, and this is just me being a bit of a sucker for liking stuff condensed, is like all the rules and all the missions together in one big tome. So it's effectively like the Arcs of Omen series, but just as one book called Boarding Actions, including all the White Dwarf stuff. Now, personally, I'd almost just happily have a White Dwarf Boarding Actions as one thing, because I think it's spread over like 6 issues, which is a lot just to hang around. I've been collecting White Dwarf for years. I'm actually trying to get rid of them because I've just got too many in the house. They're like springing up like mushrooms everywhere. And the fact that those 6 I'm definitely going to keep, but that's still like a big chunk of space and weight to have around. Whereas if it was just like what they've done with Blood Bowl, like the annuals, right? It's Boarding Actions Annual 2023 is all the White Dwarf rules from Arcs of Omen, and it's just all of those rules. That'd be great, and then I can get rid of those White Dwarf magazines. And Games Workshop has sold me something else that I bought that I kind of already own, so that is a great trick to pull off.
Ain't it ever? They excel at that kind of skullduggery. But anyway, there you go. Look, overall, I will say that I think Combat Patrol is an interesting development. It's really been interesting reading the rules for it and seeing the attempts to create balance. And I think it is exciting for hobbyists who want to expand their horizons. And I really like it from a kind of proposition or from a perspective as a kind of way of getting new people into it. Like the idea that you can essentially say to someone now that, you drop that £95 and we've created this balanced way of playing that is hopefully going to be quite accessible. I mean, the reality of the situation is that a lot of people are always going to struggle to move away from 2,000 points on, large boards, et cetera, et cetera. But, that is a very kind of thin end of the wedge. And I think for a lot of people, it's such a massive commitment to paint 2,000 points of an army and to cart it around and, to be able to have the kind of cognitive abilities to sort of manage a game of that scale. Not saying that people can't do that, quite the opposite. But what I'm saying is that, maybe people just don't want to do that all the time.
There's also a lot of
quite accessible.
There's also a lot of like mental load of unit choices, or how should I build my army, either thematically or the most optimal way.
Yeah.
And it's like, actually, we're taking all of that from you and making that decision on your behalf. So here you go, just build it and play with it. And I think that is really great. If it is really balanced, what I would almost love is for there to be competitive tournaments of combat patrol, because hear me out, it is a truer testament to be the best gamer doing something like combat patrol, where you are restricted in your list that basically everyone is playing the same sort of thing. Every single Astra Militarum player at that event has the exact same army. So your skill will be determined not by the person that chose the best war gear or weapon options, or spammed the most, points efficient units of the month. You are literally the best gamer with that models. And if all the armies are generally balanced, that is a much truer representation of competitive play than what 40k actually is. So in a way, as much as this is built as a fluffy intro to 40k, it's actually much better designed to probably handle the competitive players, because it's much more restrained. It's like a comp format, right?
Oh yeah, totally. And you could easily, with the size of these games, get more games in a day as well. So you could also get over the course of a weekend, right? Rather than having 5 games in a weekend, you could have 8. You could do 4 each day. Like,
that would be good. Yeah. Even, and if you were talking competitive, one of the things they always say is, so with chess matches, you both you play 2 games, right? Both people going first and playing white. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's correct, but I could be wrong. And they say the problem with 40k is there's such a weight to going first, but the games take too long that you can never play the second game to work that out. So actually, if you could squeeze in 2 games in the space of 1, you could be like, cool, game 1, I go first, game 2, you go first. So we can see if that actually makes a genuine difference on our games.
No, I totally agree. And also as well, from a kind of organizing tournaments perspective, it's so much easier to facilitate this because it takes up half the space. It's half the board. You play it on a 30 by 44.
In theory, it's a lot easier to do rulings because there should be less sort of janky combos. It is much easier to validate people's army lists because all you need to do is, does their army literally match up what's on the list in terms of what they can take?
Absolutely. Yes. And also, there's little room for confusion, isn't there? Because if it was something we were all playing, you could turn around and go, mate, that's not in the Black Templars combat patrol. What are you bringing that for?
Yeah, exactly. So it's much easier. And I think I said it ages ago. Like, in a way, competitive 40k needs to be a much more scaled back version of 40k with less stuff in it. So much more restrictive army building choices. Because actually, at the end of the day, it should be down to strategy, not army building prowess that determines who's the best general.
Yeah, I do actually agree with you, mate. I think, ultimately, this is interesting. And the last thing I was going to say about it that I quite like about it as well is obviously you can go in and drop your 95 quid and buy this in a oneer, but you can also as well, just to say, obviously buy these things piecemeal as well.
Obviously. Slowly build it up. I mean, in theory, with the Guard one, I should be able to create that from my pre-existing army. I mean, obviously, I bought the new Guard models when it came out with the limited edition army box. So I've actually got the combat patrol, but in theory, I could run my Krieg as the combat patrol. In theory, like, let's say the thud gun and the heavy mortar count as the 2 field ordnance guns. Because they do a similar thing. So I'd be like, okay, right, I've got those already. The only thing I don't technically have is the Sentinel, although I've got an old version of the model and the new one, so I could just build one of those and then I'm done. So a lot of people could be, for example, you've got Death Guard or you've got Space Marine, so you can be like, okay, cool, I don't need a new combat patrol box. I can make that combat patrol box with my existing army. Assuming you've got the right loadouts and the weapon options, which is the only sort of restrictive element to it. But also it's a great excuse to buy a new Combat Patrol box if you do want to dabble in a new faction, for example.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm definitely tempted by the prospects of picking up Grey Knights, because I've always liked Grey Knights, but I've never been kind of motivated to add them to my collection, at least not since when they first, well, not when they first, but when they created the Demon Hunter supplement back in...
Oh, yeah, back in the day.
Oh, mate, honestly, like, though it was a little bit exciting to see them creating power armored Grey Knights back in the day, because in second edition, Grey Knights a bit, or even Rogue Trader, Grey Knights a bit exclusively Terminators. So when they introduced the really amazing metal sculpts for the power armored Grey Knights, it's annoying in a way, because once upon a time, Phil, and you may remember this, I don't know if you do, I can't imagine it necessarily stuck in your mind as much as it did mine, but for a long time, I had a completely unassembled collection of old metal Grey Knight sculpts. So I had something like...
I think I do vaguely remember.
I had so many old Grey Knights kicking around. It was crazy.
Didn't I see some on your table last time I came over?
No, those...
I'm making that up.
No, so those are... I've still kept hold of a load of Dark Angel veterans, the old metal Dark Angel veterans. So I've got those, but I don't have the old Grey Knights. But I love those old Grey Knight metals.
I've got a 5-man squad of the old metal Terminators, the original ones, kicking around somewhere. So I've always been fascinated by Grey Knights. See, here's the thing: I feel like almost Grey Knights is, and I sort of talked about it before, like Grey Knights feels like it's due for an update, right?
Oh,
so
massively.
let's say they completely redo the range and do like what they've done with Necrons and Tyranids. So they're going to redo the Combat Patrol box. And surely the composition of that box is going to change.
Oh yeah, of course.
So are they still going to give you like the legacy rules for the old Combat Patrol book, so you can still play it? Are they going to be like, oh, this has moved to Legends, so you can play it if you want, but not at our official Combat Patrol events because it's become the greatest in competitive 40k?
I think we both know that in reality, right, the sad reality of it all is that Combat Patrol probably isn't here to stay. Much like Crusade and much like
Crusade's still here. It's made the transition to 10th edition.
Of course it has, and everyone is excited. But yeah, much like Crusade, much like Boarding Patrol, Boarding Action, sorry. Like, this stuff is, it's a gimmicky thing that will be, maybe adopted by a small kind of hardcore community for a little bit. But, it's unlikely that this will take the place of, the main event, because again, the thing that a lot of people like about 40k is the list building, and is the customization, and is it's just, figuring out the list building like that. At its core, competitive 40k is definitely about moving models around and rolling dice well, and min-maxing your kind of output to kind of what you kind of lose in return. So it's all about trading, etc., etc. But really, a big part of winning and losing is list building, and I think ultimately, if you took that away from a lot of the competitive scene, I don't think they'd enjoy it as much. I certainly wouldn't. But I do understand when you say that this would be a more pure competitive game, but I feel like it's not unreasonable to assert that that's actually not what...
It's not what they want.
Not what they want, no.
Don't give me an actually competitive event.
Oh, yeah.
Give me something where I don't want to say cheat, but where you can manipulate legally within the confines of the rule system to the very max to get the most optimized result for you in advance.
Yeah, exactly. That's what people really want,
Yeah,
but the funny thing is, though, right, the funny thing is if this became like the kind of competitive standard, it would be really interesting, because maybe it would create a lot more variety as well in what you see. People wouldn't necessarily be able to chase the meta so much, because it's like, well, maybe it is that the Tau are the best army based on the Combat Patrol rules, but then they just get nerfed, and then it's like, maybe there is kind of some haves and have-nots, maybe, or maybe there is some.
That's true. I wouldn't mind it if it's much more of a rock, paper, scissors. So it's like Necrons will do really amazing against Grey Knights, but Grey Knights does really badly against Tyranids, and it's all circular. So therefore, there's always going to be a favourable matchup and a bad matchup, which I think is inherent with 40k in general anyway. Like it's an asymmetrical game system, so it's meant to be like that. But yeah, I guess the meta would be which faction is the one that just generically does better.
I'll tell you what, though, mate, just to say it for the sake of saying it, once upon a time, as far as I was aware, Imperial Knights did have a combat patrol box. I think it was like 2 or 3 armigers.
Maybe, because I did notice they were very absent from.
They are both absent from this and boarding patrol. Games Workshop hates knights. It's official.
Yes, because they don't in 40k.
No, good lord.
But maybe that's why it's like you can't have them in combat patrol, so we're going to make them really good in 40k.
That's it. That's what it's all about. Sorry about your lack of combat patrol. Have all these rules.
I also want my combat patrol Imperial agents, right? That needs to be a thing.
Well, they at least get representation.
It's actually viable now as well. Much more viable.
Well, we'll see where they go with it. But no, combat patrol overall, I'm interested to try it. I don't think I'm going to go out of my way to buy a new combat patrol straight away. Although I could be tempted by guard, but I think it would be fun, Phil, if we got together and tried it out.
Oh yeah, I'll totally be up for playing a few games of combat patrol.
Maybe we should invite other people around as well. We could do a bit of a round robin, get a feel for it.
That's true. Yeah.
Bring the band together, play some games.
Exactly. Blow the horn to assemble the team.
Light the fires.
Exactly. From far and wide, over yonder hills, they come.
Maybe this could be the format that we adopt for this infamous, Look Out Sir event that we tease that we might do one day.
Oh, well, maybe the competitive combat patrol, the only people that cares about it.
Yes. That's that could be our USP.
Exactly.
Boosh. All right, well, transitional noise. And that's it, everybody. The end of episode 158. Bit of a ramble through the wondrous world of Warhammer 40,000 and all new 10th edition stuff. I have to be honest, Phil, from the outset, I've been attempting to take a balanced approach to the current state of the game because although we kind of talked about it during our rambliness, it is fair to say the negativity is actually quite difficult at the moment because as much as I understand the negativity and I completely understand why people can be negative, I have been negative myself on many occasions. It is one of those strange things because I've played now many games of this and they've all been fun. Like, I admit the game's not perfect. It never has been. Nor possibly will it ever be. But I am having fun with it, believe it or not, despite the consistent kind of complaints that people are leveraging at it. I know it's not the prettiest of children. It's a pretty ugly baby, but I love it. It's not mine, I suppose. It's someone else's, but I've adopted it as my own. I don't know. It's always the way with 40k stuff. It's like I'm sort of happy to go on this ride with them for a bit and see what happens because it is. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it's fun still, and I enjoy playing games with my friends, and it's been all right. And I'm going to this event this weekend, so maybe when I get exposed to the proper competitive side of it, maybe I'll realise that, oh, good Lord, this really is a mess, and I'll have a new renewed kind of cynicism about it.
Yes, I mean, I was going to say if you end up playing against lots of knights and you're getting blown off the table, but you will be the knight player possibly blowing people off the table. So
I was playing knights before it was cool, Phil.
I mean, you stick to that line.
But it's true, Phil. It's true.
It is true. So yeah, I mean,
what did I take to Warhammer Fest, Phil? What? What?
Knights, I guess.
Imperial Knights and an assassin. There you go.
No, so you had the assassin in there as well.
I did.
I wouldn't be surprised if you still do, because some of those assassins still have a lot of viable.
Oh, I'm going with the Kaladas assassin, the old classic.
For the olds, I'm going to make you spend 2 CP on something, which I think is very strong at the moment.
Really strong.
Not many ways of getting CP in the game.
No, there really isn't. And the Kaladas really comes into its own there. And also, it's got this ability that at the end of a opponent's turn,
you can disappear or something.
You just disappear and redeploy somewhere.
You can't unfortunately appear within, because it used to be like D6 plus 3.
Yeah, you still have to appear
so you
within
don't
9
get that,
inches.
So that's a shame, but it is what it is, I guess.
Oh yeah, it's a small price to pay, but no, genuinely, yeah. I mean, I'll see how it goes. I think it's probably worth. Normally, we don't sort of do summaries of tournamenty type things unless they're like Warhammer World ones, and even then, we've kind of been doing those more just as like Patreon videos than as actual kind of like.
Oh, that's true. We did our Age of Sigma the tournament doubles event chat for our Patreon listeners,
and we did Warhammer Fest as well.
Oh God, yeah. That's true.
Yeah, we did Warhammer Fest as well. So, I mean, that's the thing. All I'm saying is like, although I did talk a little bit about the tourney, I think, for Warhammer Fest. Anyway, my point is that I will be, given the fact that, Warhammer 40,000 10th edition is all new and spangly, I reckon we should probably do a little bit of a summary of my first 10th edition tournament.
Oh yeah,
would be a thing that
for sure.
Find interesting.
I'm hoping to play Richie on Sunday down at Bad Moon if we can arrange it, because I want to be able to practice Astra Militarum, because that's the only real viable army I have for the RFW 3 that's coming up in a couple of weeks' time. I feel like, oh God, I need to play a few more games to understand the rules a bit better, but also need to understand how this army works, because it feels very much like the 9th edition army, which I barely got a chance to play with. So yeah, I feel like I need to get a few. So hopefully we'll be down Bad Moon on Sunday, getting a few games in. Might not happen, but fingers crossed it does, and then I can have another informed update on my perspective of 10th edition. Yeah, I do feel like we are negative, or have been quite negative in this episode. So apologies if that's not what you want to hear.
I don't think we have been especially. I just think it's weird, right? Because like part of me almost feels like maybe I was trying to be unnecessarily positive as well. Like, and maybe I'll listen back to this a bit. Like, good Lord, is that what I consider positive?
Yeah, maybe it's good cop, bad cop. Because I think the times I've moaned about something, you've been more positive about it. And
how do we always end up like that, Phil? Why do we never agree?
Because we just, don't
we're an
like
old bickering married couple now. Is that what we've become?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think we became that long ago.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, while we're here, I'll make one clarifying statement, which I got incorrect, but it might have been correct at the time of publication when we recorded it. I basically said the rules design commentary isn't in the app, but when I looked earlier today, it had appeared. So it actually does exist. It's called Rules Commentary. It's under Core Rules. I'm sure it wasn't in there originally, but they have updated the app with all the Forge World stuff, so I presume they've snuck it in there. So it is good that the designer's commentary is in the app. So yeah,
those
yay on them.
Sneaky devils. They did it specifically because they tapped your phones and they knew that you were going to try and throw shade.
Exactly. So yeah, it's good that they've done that. And
there you go.
Yeah.
Praise where it's due. They done did good with that. Well, fair enough. You're not going to apologise for not reading the Lion book the week before or the episode before.
What do you mean? Because yes,
because apparently a lot of our critique of Dark Angels was better explained.
I think more your critique in terms of how they work or function in terms of should the lion be accepting of the fallen? How does he walk within the forest?
It's the thing, though, right? Like, to all of that, right? I appreciate I probably needed to read that book, and I will inevitably get around to either listening to it or reading it. Definitely, probably listening to it. But I'm allowed to think things are stupid, though, if they seem stupid. Like, the forest walking thing, I'm still not into. I can't abide by the literal woodman walking thing.
Weirdly, I don't mind that bit too much. But it feels someone pointed out that a lot of this is explained within the Lion Black Library,
which we do appreciate. Thank you for telling us, because now we will go away and better ourselves.
Yes, and it's and that is great, and that's what Black Library is always really good at. It's good at explaining stuff in much more detail and in a much more sort of interesting, in-depth way. The problem that I have with it is when you effectively reintroduce the character into an Arcs of Omen book. Admittedly, it's a small book, you can't fit everything in. However, if it's filled with either plot holes or puzzling questions, the answers to those things feels like it should be in that book. It reminds me of, is it Matrix Revolutions? It's the second Matrix movie, which had loads of weird questions and characters, but the answers to a lot of those characters or plot points was explained in either the Matrix video game or the Matrix, the Animatrix or something. Like, you had to go off from the movie to other media to find those answers. And that feels like very poor story writing.
That was a common trend at the time as well, though, because it happened with the prequel trilogy of Star Wars movies.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't it?
Yeah. I think lots of them
General Grievous just appears in the third movie, and people are like, Who's
he? But
Grievous?
if you watch the Clone Wars original, either 2D animation or the later 3D one,
that was a 2D animation, wasn't it? It was done by the guy who did like Samurai Jack or something.
Yeah. Weirdly, I recently watched that.
Really?
About a month or two ago. Yeah, I was speaking to Tim
still
about
holds up. It was really good.
Oh, do you know what? I remember seeing obviously trailers or snippets of it when it first came out, and I didn't quite like the art style, but I watched it for the first time properly, because I've never actually watched it before. A couple of months ago, because I was going on a Star Wars Legion binge. Phenomenal storytelling, really visually a treat. Like,
I think my favourite episode of that was the Clone Trooper episode, where you get to watch a squad and have the squad interact with each other, and there's no speaking in it. It's just them going in behind enemy lines and just like gesturing to each other and then, like, taking people out and stuff. Because that was back when, because they were like 5-minute shorts, if I remember, the Clone Wars.
So on Disney Plus you can watch it as two almost movie
season
length
2
parts.
was when they turned it into more like 20-25 minute episodes, but like season 1 was like
very small
5
snippets and
short.
very small individual stories that do ultimately tie all together. But yeah, there was some crazy. I love that, like, Mace Windu just literally punches robots to death, because that's what he's super good at. Yeah, there's some really cool like visual treats with how they were showing force powers and stuff like that.
Have you actually ever watched Samurai Jack, by the way?
Oh yeah, that was great at the time. Yeah.
The guy, I think he recently did, or the studio, they did a new one called Primal, I want to say it's called. It's like a early man up against like T-Rex type of thing.
Okay.
It's very good.
Yeah,
so
have to check.
And they also did do a new Samurai Jack series a few years ago as well. And that was really good as well. And that they pushed it up to like more of a teen or adult rating, so it was a little bit more gory.
Oh, nice. Because I always like the art style of that one.
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah, no, I loved it. But those Clone Wars shows were great. But again, obviously, I was engaged with that because they were great. But like for a lot of people, I can understand why people at the cinema were like, "Who's he?" Like,
because that was the thing. At the time, I was like, "Who's this character?" But then the show actually introduces him really well and sort of explains it all. So if you'd watch that first and then the movie, it makes perfect sense. And tying it back to 40K. I shouldn't have to read a whole entire novel to get some understanding and context to what the Lion is doing in, a story. I'm not a Dark Angel player. I'm not I don't collect them. So why should I have to read this whole book all about them just because I want to collect the Arcs of Omen series? I
do own and, collect and are passionate fan of Dark Angels, as I'm sure people know.
But not enough because you've not read the book.
Well, no, clearly, but like even me though, like I thought this. My initial thought was always, but I thought I had because I got the Lion. Like if that isn't the book, like it seems like that's a mistake. It's like that was my first response to that. Was like, but I thought we had read the book. Like it's called The Lion. What more do you want? It's like, oh well, okay. Turns out we were wrong. But anyway, not to throw shade at the individual who said that comment. We genuinely really appreciate it. What I was trying
Well,
to
yeah,
do
because we
was
didn't realise that stuff would have been in there because we just assumed it was just missing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of sincerely say that thank you for pointing that out and just saying to anyone else who listens to us rant about lore and goes, these guys don't know what they're talking about. It's like, well, yeah, no, sometimes we don't, but we try real hard. It's like,
I mean, if you've ever watched a Christmas quiz, end of year quiz, none of us know much about lore
except Joe.
Yeah.
Basically, when Joe left the show, it all went downhill. That's basically what you can take away from this.
100%.
Production quality, consistency, and, you know, there were lots of areas where things improved. But definitely in terms of lore-based knowledge, it really went out the window. But, you know, that's not everyone's hobby, is it? You know, we try our best. That's all I'm saying. We try our best.
That's true.
Anyway, look, that's going to do for this episode. Me and Phil have rushed around to get this recorded because Phil's been away on holiday. The scurvy knave that he is. So, yeah, that'll do. But thank you so much for listening, everyone. We hope you enjoyed it. You know, hopefully you're enjoying 10th edition. Let us know how you're getting on with it. Again, not to discourage anyone who doesn't like it either. You know, if you're not into it, you know, that's important as well, you know, and I think you should be vocal about it. I'm just trying to be slightly positive
I was hoping at some point to do like a little Instagram poll on our Lookouts page just to get a general gauge of other people.
What you reckon?
What you reckon? So I might do that for the next episode and maybe do one for the patrons as well and see what they say and have, because we haven't done community questions in a while, so it'd actually be a great one to get our listeners and have their voices heard in terms of what they think about 10th edition.
Actually, as well, just to say, I'm actually quite excited about this upcoming community showcase thing they're doing this weekend for the non-40K update.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
More Cities of Sigmar, I hope.
No doubt.
Mate, those are looking phenomenal.
Yeah, they're great.
If I wasn't already doing goblins and orcs, I could be tempted for another. But I tell you what, the Seraphot, I keep seeing those around, and I'm like, oh my god, they're so cool. Yeah,
no, they look amazing, and they were like one of my second loves. They were after so dwarves, good, but they're a great army.
It's so painful at the minute. Like, there's so much awesome Age of Sigmar stuff in the mix. It's like, oh, I want it all of it. Not you, Stormcast Eternals. Out away with you. No, please, get out of the way. That's true. I tell you, I was even tempted by picking up some Cruel Boys the other day. I was like, oh my god, I'm going too far. It's becoming a problem.
Complete your orc trifecta of all the different types of orcs and goblins and ogres.
Get some savages and Anyway, goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.